Hi, Greg.
That's my look for sure.
Have all the members voted? Tie the roll. Roll call shows 99 members present. Chair declares a quorum conducting business. You know, before we begin, I just want to make a statement. You know, when you weigh heavy issues, in my role, you obviously care about the issue. But I remember when I was elected Speaker-elect, I had a coffee with John Gregg at the Starbucks at the Simon Building. And John said, you know, Todd, whatever you do, no matter what the issue is, your major responsibility is to protect the institution. And when Brian, Speaker Bosma, gave me this responsibility, or handed off this responsibility, he said the same thing. No matter what the issue, Todd, you need to make sure that the institution is protected. I've not been perfect at that. I'm not going to even get close to acknowledging I have been. But, you know, Tuesday at the committee meeting, on both sides of the committee, was a good day for the institution. The way that committee meeting was handled, the way people behaved, the opportunity to hear from, I think, 111 people, that there was a civil discussion about a very sensitive and important topic. And I'm going to, you know, when I was elected to this position by the group, that's what today is. So I want to say, I'm going to be equal opportunity. We're going to have a discussion today and tomorrow, but I'm going to enforce a decorum that I expect from every member, and I think every member should be expected to behave, and their constituents should expect them to behave. So I'll be watching for words and particularly you know, questioning the motives of people and rationale and those types of things. Again, I understand the emotion of the issues. I just, you know, we have an obligation to this institution, both today, tomorrow, next year, and beyond. And I appreciate what Speaker Gregg told me, what Speaker Bauer also said something similar, and what Speaker Bosma did to create that type of environment. So with that, the chair calls on Representative McNamara. Chair hands down on second reading, Senate Bill 1, special session.
Senate Bill 1, special session, a bill for an act to amend the Indiana Code concerning.
Bill is ready for amendment, recommitment, or engrossment. Representative McNamara. House motion.
Amendment 10. Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1, special session be.
For the motion is second. Representative McNamara is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Amendment number 10 replaces physical health with existing language that's in code of serious health risk. And after hearing testimony from doctors that after the 20 weeks post-fertilization for a fetal anomaly, it becomes a medical decision. So because it isn't an exception now, no one brought it to our attention, it makes sense to have that piece removed from it. So I would appreciate your support. Changing the definition to serious health risk makes it more clear and brings clarity to it, as well as eliminating the post-20 week fertilization for fetal anomalies.
Further discussion on the amendment. Chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is adopted. Are there further amendments? Representative Engelmann. House motion.
Amendment 20, Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate endorse Senate Bill special session be.
Heard the motion in a second. Representative Engelmann is recognized. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. This amendment is drafted to remove the exemption of rape and incest from Senate Bill 1. No one chooses to be a victim of rape or incest, which is also rape. Ending the life of an unborn child is neither necessary nor an evidence-based treatment for rape. In fact, research has shown aborting an unborn child has no positive mental health effects. Research has also shown that any reproductive loss, including abortion, has an increased risk of physical and mental health complications, including suicide when compared to live birth. We treat trauma related to pregnancy or pregnancy complications in the same way we treat trauma from rape, with evidence-based care, not secondary trauma of an abortion. Research shows that 50 to 80% of women who become pregnant after rape choose to carry their child to term. And of those who chose to end the life of their unborn child, up to 80% regret it. Those who carry their child to term report the perspective of feeling a renewed sense of control over their bodies, a purpose greater than the trauma from their rape, and a chance to protect another victim of the rape. Women often report this perspective empowers them to take back their lives and protect the life of the unborn, their child, which did not ask to be conceived in violence or force. Of women turned away from an abortion, 96% overwhelmingly report they were grateful for their choice. That information comes from a turnaway study funded by reproductive rights organization. More than 165 scientific studies show that abortions lead to a higher risk of preterm birth in future pregnancies. Well-documented and researched data to sustain the opinion that a common narrative of higher death rates among women related to the inability to obtain an abortion is unfounded. Comprehensive data on the impact of abortion restrictions on maternal mortality reveals no such effect and may suggest that maternal mortality improves without ending the life of the unborn. Because the scientific evidence is exceedingly clear that a new, distinct human being comes into existence at the moment of fertilization, the intentional ending of human life has no place in medical practice. And the legislation put forth in this amendment to protect the unborn outside the exemptions of true emergencies to the life of mother is justified based on the additional physical and mental consequences of abortion. If you all wonder why Representative Engelmann thinks she knows anything about this, I wasn't raped or no incest, but I was an unwed mother, teen, and I had a full ride scholarship, which I did not go to college. I raised my child. I have children, I have grandchildren, I have a great-grandchild. I am blessed, I love them dearly, and I made the right decision. I do not think a baby is a choice, it is a child. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative McNamara speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Karen, I appreciate your position on these exceptions, and I appreciate where your heart comes from. I also feel that this bill is in the appropriate place where it needs to be at this moment, and I would ask that you oppose this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative, roll call has been requested and second will be granted. Representative Hatfield, speak on the amendment. The author yields, she yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Madam Author. I want to tell you about a woman that I met through my role as a prosecutor, whom faced a very difficult circumstance. I want to make sure I understand the amendment right. This woman went with her husband to her best friend's house, and at her best friend's house, they sat around and hung out through the evening, had dinner, and conversed about the topics of the day. And then after dinner, her best friend had fallen asleep on one of the lounge chairs, and her husband had run down to get some tobacco. And during that time, her best friend's husband, a man that she had known and considered to be one of her good friends, went to the shed and got a hammer and a pair of pliers. He also grabbed a screwdriver, one of the long, big ones. And he went over to her and asked if she was interested in what he had to offer. And when she declined, he proceeded to use that hammer and pliers and screwdriver on her vagina, and then proceeded to rape her for reasons why are totally unknown to this individual, to this young woman whose best friend was raping her, and in the process of raping her, using a hammer on her vagina, leaving her bloodied and broken. And in those decisions about whether to tell somebody, what to tell her husband, who showed up to find her beaten and bloodied with blood dripping from her insides near a shed in the backyard, she also had to make decisions about when, how, and what medical care to get. She also had to make decisions about whether or not to prosecute. And then she had to make decisions about her own health care, about whether or not to carry forward a possible pregnancy. Would your amendment require her to carry that pregnancy to birth?
It would.
Permission to speak.
Permission granted.
As many of the people who have traveled to Indianapolis over the last several weeks know, this is just one example of hundreds that I personally dealt with as a deputy prosecutor. One example of the many of examples that happen in your neighborhoods and your districts every single day. I would ask you to defeat this amendment and to keep that young woman in mind and victims like her as we proceed today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Gore, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise just to remind the body that many women, for very valid reasons, never report their rape. Even fewer have the rape investigated. Fewer yet see the prosecution phase, and even fewer result in the conviction. I say that to remind you that the net result is the majority of rapists face no consequences. That is the truth. I have spent my professional career, among other things, locking rapists up. This amendment would allow them to choose the mother of their children. Please, be reasonable. Vote no.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Fleming, speak on the amendment. Will the author yield? You yield? She does.
Representative Engelman, does this apply to a fifth grader who has been a victim of incest?
It does. But I think it's harmful to put a minor in the position of being the new Jane Roe. The weight of whether or not we allow lives to be ended should not rest on the traumatized shoulders of a young rape survivor.
Permission to speak.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, fourth graders, fifth graders, these girls can become pregnant now. That's obvious. The age of menses has gotten earlier and earlier every year. And I have seen in my practice, we've seen in the emergency rooms, we've seen in the pediatric clinics what can happen to these girls. Now, I'm not even going to talk about the emotional state of the 10-year-old or the 11-year-old who is pregnant. I'm going to tell you what can happen to their bodies. The average baby in the United States is about 7 pounds. Imagine a child of 80 pounds having a 7-pound baby come through her birth canal. The tears, the lacerations, the incontinence that can last for life, the fistulas. We used to see this in the clinic where we saw third world patients who were subjected to rape as children. That is inhumane. We cannot do this to our children. Thank you.
For discussion on amendment, Representative Pryor. Author yields, she yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one question. So your amendment, would that apply to the 10-year-old child that came to Indiana?
It would.
Okay, thank you. Permission, Mr. Speaker.
Permission granted.
I would just like to encourage everyone to vote against this amendment. The 10-year-old child that came to Indiana was actually 9 when she was raped. She's a baby. She's still a baby. And what we're saying is, well, not we're saying, but what the amendment is saying is that babies really should be having babies. She's not a young adult. She's not a teenager. It's just a baby. She doesn't even know how to take care of herself. She should be playing with toys. But instead of playing with toys, she will be forced to become a mother. She will be forced to try to feed another human being. And she can't even take care of herself. She probably doesn't even know what's happening to her body or have a complete understanding. I just don't understand why we would force a baby, really at 10, a baby to have a baby. When that baby has no understanding whatsoever, she can't work. She's probably doesn't know how to change a diaper, probably doesn't know how to hold a baby. I mean, if you've seen these, little kids, they have their siblings, they try to hold their siblings, but they barely can hold their siblings. But we're saying that 10-year-old is responsible enough to be a mother that's truly a baby. And we're forcing this on a baby who has been traumatized by the rape, traumatized with her body changing, traumatized with having birth. I really implore you to vote against this. We have to also think about the life of that child and what we're putting that child through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For discussion on amendment, Representative Morris to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Assembly, very difficult to talk about. A heinous crime has been committed. And as I've heard spoken a number of times over the past 2 weeks, we're talking about two human beings. Two wrongs don't make a right. What can we do as a state if this amendment succeeds to help those mothers out of this heinous crime? What are the steps all along the way? If she does a rape kit, that rape kit needs to be processed right away. She needs all the help she can get to ensure she has the mental stability for the rest of her life. I spoke to a number of mothers that are still grieving today for the actions that they did 20 years ago, 5 years ago. Two wrongs do not make it right. It doesn't add up. I've told my caucus, and I'll tell this body today, I will do everything I can to help that mother during this crisis. Everything to help her find the person who did this crime. And that she has enough comfort and enough support throughout her life.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Jacob, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Thank you, Representative Engelman, for bringing forth this amendment. I find it very ironic in a lot of the discussions that we've been talking about, we're getting to the back end of the discussion when it comes to this whole issue. This whole issue that we're talking about here when it comes to the issue of abortion is a linear argument. It is a logical argument. It is an issue of morality. There is a right and there is a wrong. And it is always right to do right. It is always wrong to do wrong. I believe this is a simple decision to vote yes for this amendment. I believe it is a very hard situation. As Representative Hatfield talked about the rape and gave graphic detail of that rape, and I'm sure that many other women can testify to the horrific nature of rape and how it has traumatized them for the rest of their life. But I want to implore you, what we're saying here, if we keep the rape and incest clause in this bill, we are saying that it is okay to punish the child for the crime of the father. And I think Representative Morris has pretty much, that's essentially, I think, what he was saying. Human life begins at conception. As a born-again Christian, the Bible, I believe, and the Bible clearly states that human life begins at conception. But people who don't want to accept what the Bible has to say, I want to defer to science, because science clearly says that human life begins at conception. And if that's not enough for people, then I want to also defer to Indiana Code, because Indiana Code says human life begins at conception. And if human life begins at conception, those preborn human beings deserve the same protections that you and I deserve. Because murder is always the willful taking of an innocent human being's life, and therefore abortion is always murder. Let me state that again. Abortion is always murder. If you vote against this amendment, you are voting to say that it's okay to murder a child.
Representative Jacob, that's, you're questioning somebody's motives and calling in their character. So you'd like to rephrase that?
Mr. Speaker, I'm making a
You're
linear
impugning somebody's character with that statement. Go ahead, Representative
I'm
Jacob.
making a logical argument as far as the clear
You're
facts.
questioning the motives of why a member is voting.
What I'm saying is that abortion is always murder. This bill is saying that we're going to remove the rape and incest clause. To vote against this amendment is to say that that clause shall remain. So therefore, children would be murdered in the case of rape and incest. Ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you, and I want to believe that's not what's in your heart. I want to believe that you're going to stand up for the preborn. God, our Creator, that's talked about in our Indiana Constitution. God, our Creator. We didn't create ourselves. Our founding fathers very clearly laid out that we had a Creator. And that Creator says in His Word, the Bible, that we are to deliver those who are being taken away to death. We are to open our mouth for the rights of the afflicted and needy. These children are the afflicted and needy, not just some of them, not part of the population that are going away to abortion. All of them, and they all deserve our protection. And I am pleading with you, not just my Republican colleagues, I am pleading with my Democratic colleagues to please vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
For discussion, Representative Smith to speak. Dr. Smith, speak on the bill. Or the amendment, I apologize.
I rise to oppose this amendment. I think how people respond to the decisions that they have made is personal. Some of them regret some of the decisions that they've made, and then some of them have made decisions and they regret that they made that decision which led to the continuation of life. My mom was a minister. She was a strong disciplinarian, and she had a saying that she would say to us. I'm the last of 10 children, 7 boys, 3 girls. She kept us all out of prison. I think one of the things that kept us out of prison was the fact that she said, I don't spank any clothes that I buy. I don't know if you understand what that means. It was down to the shorts, and it probably been down to the skin if we didn't have the girls in the house. But I always knew that my mother loved me. I had no doubt that my mother loved me. But we have people who are forced to give birth to children that they don't want. And you have the most awful things happening to kids. I served 26 years as an educator. And everything that you can imagine, I experienced as far as the behavior of parents. We had parents that didn't want their children, and they took cigarettes and burned them. Their children had burns all over their bodies because they hated those children. We had children who were immersed in hot water, boiling hot water till the skin comes off of them because they didn't want those children. They hated them. Some of the investigations showed that it was incest. Some it showed that it was a result of rape. But they didn't want the children. Society forced those parents to have those children. Back then, at one point, people couldn't afford abortions. They had no access to them. And so they delivered the child. But they took their anger, they took the pain that they were experiencing out on children. I stand here because today I think that there's some things that happen to children that are worse than death. Worse than death. And I just ask you to consider that as you want to force people to have children that they don't want.
For discussion, Representative Wesco to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise today in support of this amendment for two reasons. The first reason is Mike. Mike is from Warsaw, Indiana. His birth mother was a young single girl who gave him up for adoption to one of the nurses as a newborn. Years later, he randomly met a woman at a home show in Warsaw, but only realized that she was his biological mother, whose name he knew when she gave him her business card. Reconnecting with her later, she gave him a hug and said, "You're so beautiful." She was a high school junior on spring break in Florida when she was raped and he was conceived. Mike's life is a demonstration that every unborn child's life is precious and has meaning and is worth protecting. The second reason is Serena. Serena is a constituent, lives in Wakarusa, Indiana. She was raped at 13 years old by her uncle. She was taken to a pro-life physician who felt her case should be an exception and referred her to Dr. Klopfer, the notorious South Bend abortion doctor who brutally performed an abortion on Serena. For years, she struggled with the trauma of that abortion even more than the rape, and the knowledge that a little life had been ended. She found herself in the parking lot of Planned Parenthood again at 16 years old, pregnant. This time she knew what abortion was, and she determined she would never end a life. And she and her boyfriend, with the support of his family and their church, had that child. Serena's here with us today. And she has spoken with many of you. And she has shared her story. And she has helped me to understand that you cannot treat rape, one of the worst things that can happen to someone. You cannot treat that with abortion. Abortion is not treatment for rape. Her life went through difficult stages. Their family almost fell apart. She abused substances until the time came when she was able to find God's grace and heal from that abortion. And today, she helps women from all over our country, all over the world, who struggle with the trauma of abortion. I urge you to support this amendment for Mike, for Serena. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Shackelford to speak on the amendment. The author yields. She yields.
Thank you. Representative Eigelman, we sat through 9 hours of testimony on Tuesday. About 130 to 140 people came to testify. Can you let me know if you heard anyone say that they wanted rape and incest removed as an exemption?
It wasn't an amendment to the committee. There were people that said they regretted having abortions, but you didn't really vote on this amendment, did you?
No one put forth this amendment, but did you hear anyone say that they would like to have seen an amendment, or they would have liked abortion, rape, and incest be removed?
They weren't testifying on that subject. And there were people that did say they regretted having abortion.
Okay, thank you. Permission to speak?
For Mr. Graham.
During that hearing, out of the 140 people that we heard, out of the stack of emails that we received in the hearing, no one ever said that they would like to see rape and incest removed as an exception. There was women who shared their horrifying stories. There were women who were regretful, but no one said, please take away this choice. No one mentioned that this choice should be up to the legislators when someone is raped and incest. So I urge you to vote no on this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Vermillion, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the General Assembly. Rape is trauma. It's to have a part of your soul and your body and your dignity ripped from you. Now, all of us have the capability of being raped, but statistically, 91% of us, of the women, have this nightmare thrusted upon us. And in this chamber, 73% of you will never know the aftermath of trauma of a pregnancy, or even maybe just the possibility of pregnancy after a rape. 77% of my colleagues in both chambers would also never face that horrible predicament. Yet we're all voting. Representative Engelman, I adore you. Representative McNamara, I adore you, and I want to respect the author and the amendment, but I would just adamantly vote against this amendment. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Moed to speak on the amendment. Author yields, she yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Engelman. As I was flipping through my rule book, I noticed in the officers of the House, you're listed as the Assistant Majority Floor Leader. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you would be considered as a part of the House Majority, House Republican leadership. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, under current law, if a woman is raped and her consent is taken from her, her choice to have sexual intercourse is taken away from her, and she's impregnated and she has a child or is carrying child, is she required under current law to get an abortion?
She's not required.
Okay. Under your amendment, though, a woman who has lost consent over her body, over the sexual choices of her body, and now is pregnant, she would be required to carry that baby and be required to birth that child. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second, under current law, a little girl who is taken advantage of, molested, raped by her grandpa, by her uncle, she gets pregnant right now under current law, is she required to get an abortion?
No.
But under your proposal, that little girl who was taken advantage of by someone that she trusted, she would be required to become a mom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Permission to speak.
Permission granted.
There are two very different worlds on this issue in this chamber. We are not debating access to abortion. That chamber sent a bill over that had 0 weeks in it. This chamber is passing a bill that has 0 weeks in it. What we are debating is whether or not rapists will be rewarded as dads. Whether grandpas who molest their little girls will be fathers to their granddaughter's baby. There are two worlds in this chamber. We don't agree with that world, but you have the power to impose it on all of us. I urge you to reject this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, chair sees none. Would the author like to close?
A couple of points, and I want to tell you, I thank you for your respect. This is a very tough topic. People are all over the place on it, so I do appreciate your respect. On the issue of a young child, we still can rely on our healthcare, our doctors. If it's going to make the life of the mother's at risk, we still have healthcare providers that can take the initiative to do an abortion for life of the mother. And just because in life, this is a life of the mother bill still. If a person is raped by their grandfather and you do an abortion and sweep it under the rug, is it going to stop it? I don't know that it will. And just because they have a child doesn't make them the mom. It just means they have a birth. I would ask you to support this amendment, and I appreciate the chance to offer. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested and will be granted on the question of the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Show the chair is voting no. McNamara is voting no. Representative McNamara. Representative Pack. While the members voted, tally roll. Roll call shows 39 ayes, 61 noes. The amendment has been defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Arrington, House motion. House motion.
Amendment 43. Mr. Speaker, I move that engrossed Senate Bill special session be amended to read as follows. Replace the effect.
Heard the motion and the second. Representative Arrington is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. This motion would give the people the right to vote on the question of whether Indiana should whether abortion should remain legal in Indiana. It would be in the election that we're going to be having in about 3 months. I think this, I call this the Let the People Decide amendment. We have all gotten emails and phone calls and other kinds of communication with our constituents, and I can tell you mine are definitely running, let's keep it safe and legal. But there's some people that maybe haven't expressed their opinions, and this gives them the opportunity to go to the polls and say whether they believe that abortion should remain legal in Indiana. So, and I think what people in Indiana are doing, they're looking at what happened in Kansas. They're recognizing that the state of Kansas allowed their citizens to weigh in on this subject. And whether you like the results of how it ended, the poll ended, or the vote ended or not, those people had the right to vote. And even though what I'm proposing is a non-binding vote, because we don't allow binding votes for this type of thing, I think the people of Indiana would like that same opportunity to express their views on whether abortion should remain legal in Indiana. And so I think that this is an amendment that we all say we want to know what our constituents think, we want to hear from them. This is a way we can hear from them directly. And you know what? We all complain about what a low turnout rate Indiana has for elections. Well, this just might get people to the polls better than anything else we've had. So I would appreciate your vote.
Further discussion, roll call's been requested and seconded and will be granted. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Pryor, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. I actually have the same amendment as well. I think that, we are a body, majority men, but only a woman can get pregnant and carry a child. And I just think that we need to put this up to the people and let the people decide versus 150 people who are making a major life decision for another person. I think only a woman and her doctor should be the ones making the decision. And I think this is an issue that truly belongs in the hands of the people and in the hands of the woman and her doctor. It should not be 150 people who do not have the knowledge and the expertise to be making these life-changing decisions for another person. So thank you, Representative Arrington, for bringing forth this amendment. This is something that we should not be addressing. So taking it to the people, I think is the right approach that we can take at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For discussion on the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative McNamara speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. There's something wrong with this mic today. As Representative Arrington said, Indiana is not a referendum state. I do believe the bill is in a good place, and I ask you to oppose this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, author like to close? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Jackson, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise in support of this amendment. Ever since the Supreme Court overturned the decision, our State House has been full of women with one request, and that is to allow them to make decisions about their bodies with their doctors themselves. I listen to testimony and people speak one after another along with nurses and doctors, and the results was the same. There's no pregnancy that's the same. There's no individual whose medical conditions are necessarily the same. I am not a doctor, OBGYN, and neither are many of us here. In fact, most of us here are not. I do not expect anyone to call me and ask me my opinion about how they should and what they should do when it comes to a medical procedure, because I don't have the expertise. I feel as though that decision is one whom should be made with a physician who has trained, who has a license, and who has multiple years of experience. I think we should allow the woman to make her own choice. They have made it clear repeatedly. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Bauer, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. The messages that I hear the most is, let the people decide. Put it to a vote before the whole state. On the simple merits of personal freedom alone, to prove to the residents of this state that we are moving policy in this chamber that is important to them, that we are still representing the people, not our personal beliefs when we get up here, and to prove that the power is truly in the people, our faith is in them, and that we believe we are representing them in here, and that we remain accountable to them. I ask for your support. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Giaquina, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I think we've all probably have seen some polling on this issue. I think your side has. I know that we have. I think we've all had some surveys. Had some interesting results last night in the state of Kansas with their own referendum. And so this is one of those issues, and it kind of reminds me of where gay marriage started out and how quickly it moved to where the people that had decided that they that gay marriage should be legal. And this is just one of those issues that is constantly moving very quickly. And so if we really want to get a true measure of the popularity, if you will, of this issue, or lack thereof, I should say, let's just put the vote to the people and let them decide. I think it'll give us a great reference going forward. And Representative Arrington, I appreciate you bringing this measure forward. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, would you like to close, Representative Arrington?
This referendum would be in every county. You would be able to see what the people in your county want. And so I think that we talk a lot about the silent majority. And this is an issue that a lot of people are silent on, although there are some people that are very vocal on it. And so let's see what the Hoosiers in general think about this issue. Should abortion be legal in Indiana? I don't know how it will come, if it will come out like it did in Kansas. I hope it does, but I don't have that guarantee. So I challenge you to join me in finding out what Hoosiers really think about whether abortion should be legal in Indiana. Thank you.
Roll call then requested and granted will be offered. When the machine is open, all those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Show Representatives McNamara, Nisley, and Jacob voting no. Dr. Brown, would you like to vote? Of all the members voted, tie the roll. Roll call shows 32 ayes, 68 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments, Representative Davidson? House motion.
Amendment 26, Mr. Speaker, I move that under Senate Bill 1, special session be amended to read as follows. Page.
For the motion, second, Representative Davison is recognized to speak on the amendment. Sorry, the amendment. Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House.
There you go.
Can you hear me now? Let's see. How about now? All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I rise today to present Amendment 26. This removes the exception for lethal fetal anomalies. Abortion is the most complex and intimate conversation this body may ever have before it. Often we use numbers and words to try to simplify this very complicated subject. And I think that we try to oversimplify it, and in that we dehumanize what we're really talking about. And what I had hoped to present before you today was a photograph of a 12-week-old fetus. And if I could have presented that photo to you, you would see what we're really talking about here, what we're all up here debating and fighting for, and that is a human life. And in that photo, you would have seen a beautiful baby. You would have seen all of its fingers and its toes, its eyes, its ears. And in that photo, you would have seen a mass outside its abdominal cavity. And that mass is called an omphalocele. And in 1957, an omphalocele was a lethal fetal anomaly. Now today, it's a common procedure that's easily taken care of in many hospitals across America. Now that's important for one reason, and that is because I couldn't be here today had my father, who was born with an omphalocele, been aborted. You see, in November of 1957, my grandmother gave birth to my father. And with the technology of that day, they were not able to notice or detect that lethal fetal anomaly until he was literally in the hands of the doctor who delivered him. And that doctor laid my father on a table, and he pulled my grandfather aside and he said, "Sir, your son will not survive the day." He said, "He will not survive the next few hours, let alone maybe the next few minutes." And so my grandfather said, "Well, I have to try. What can I do?" And that doctor said, "Well, there's this place called the Mayo Clinic, and they might be able to offer him a chance." And so my grandfather wrapped my father up in a blanket and drove 10 hours on a Thanksgiving morning through a snowstorm to the Mayo Clinic, where they met a brilliant surgeon by the name of Dr. Lynn. And my grandfather handed Dr. Lynn my father, and Dr. Lynn looked at my grandfather and said, "I think this child wants to live. I'll do my best." And after multiple hours of the surgery, the surgeon came out and told my grandfather, I've done my best. I can't guarantee you anything, but I've done my best." And from that day forward until my father was 16 years old, he went through more than a dozen surgeries. Now, last year, at the age of 63, after not being given 63 minutes to live, my father walked this earth, roamed these halls, and sat in this chamber amongst all of you. 63 years later. And after my father passed, I had a conversation. And I spoke to this. Mr. Speaker, you were there at the funeral. And I just have to look back and say, what an amazing story. And so after we laid my father to rest, I asked my grandfather a couple questions. And my grandfather told me, he said, some things are unbearable, and yet still we must endure them. He told me that suffering in itself is a profound experience. He told me it will either break you or it will force you to accept your purpose in this life. My grandfather found his purpose in 1957, and that was to fight for my father, who everyone counted him too far gone. And he left me with this just a few short months after the passing of my father, before he passed. He said, never let fear guide your life, because fear is mortality, but love is immortality, and it is love that must guide us in this life. It was that love that gave my father life. It was love for everyone that my father exhibited, for each and every one that he ever came in contact with, including many of you in this chamber today. And so it is out of love and in remembrance of my father that I ask you to consider this amendment. And with that,
for discussion?
Yes.
On the amendment, Representative Hamilton, speak on the amendment. The author yield, he yields.
Representative Davison, let me start by saying that I'm thankful for your father's life and for yours as well. We're talking about fetal anomalies, and so I'm going to present a scenario and ask you a couple of questions. So if we go back in time, in my life, 15 years, I had at the time 2 boys, 2 years and 4 years old. They're thriving today, teenagers. And at that time, I was still considering having a 3rd child. My husband and I were on the fence. And we ultimately chose not to have a 3rd child. But if we had gotten pregnant at that time, I'm thinking about situations that all mothers might face here, and that is, say at 17 weeks, I had an ultrasound and I was told that the fetus is failing to thrive and has no chance of survival. With this amendment, is it true that I would have to carry that fetus to term? Is that true?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. So imagine I'm pregnant, I'm 17 weeks pregnant, and I've learned that the fetus is not thriving and has no chance of survival. Is it true under this amendment that I would have to carry that pregnancy to term?
Yes.
Okay, a couple of more questions. So who will pay for the funeral after the delivery of a dead or dying infant?
I presume you or a trustee.
Okay, so we're foisting that expense upon the grieving would-be mother. So one more question. Do you have any guidance as to how I would talk to my family or my young children about what I'm experiencing as I'm going through extreme trauma leading up to a delivery of a dead infant, that they're seeing me go through this pregnancy? Can you imagine the trauma there? Do you think there's a way to handle that that makes sense?
Well, I would simply say this. I don't think any of us are guaranteed tomorrow. All of us must accept death as a consequence of life itself. and that I would hope that you would turn to your faith and your loved ones to help guide you through that and put faith and trust in our Creator, the Almighty God.
Thank you for that. Permission to speak?
Permission granted.
So a few other scenarios here. There's so much agony that a woman in this situation would experience, trauma for months, leading up to a time when you can then fully grieve, deal with that grief, and eventually move on as best you can with that trauma in your life and in the life of your entire family. So I've learned at 17 weeks that this pregnancy will not be successful, but the state government is telling me I have to carry this pregnancy to term. But I have to get on with my life. I have children to raise and a job to go to every day and the grocery store to go to. And day after day, hour after hour, I'm asked, "Oh, you're pregnant. How far along are you? Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" On and on and on. Trauma after trauma after trauma. Your children see you experience this trauma again and again. I lose work time. I'm grieving. I still want to have that third child, but now I've lost many months, a period of grief and sorrow, and now I'm scared. And I can imagine so many women today who know any woman who has gone through a fatal anomaly and had to abort a wanted pregnancy because of that. Anyone who even knows a woman that's gone through that will be scared to get pregnant in Indiana for fear of having this incredible traumatic experience foisted upon them by their state government. I think this will have so many horrible unintended consequences for women and their families in our states, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
For discussion on the bill, Representative McNamara, I'm sorry. Roll call, any question second. Representative McNamara, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Representative Davison, serving with your father was probably one of the greatest honors and privileges that I've had. And getting to know your father, his heart, his compassion, means more to me than anything. I appreciate the way that you honored your father through this message. I really believe that this bill is where it needs to be. It's in a good place. I just think that with modern medicine, things have changed, and that we need to make sure that we keep an eye on, and in this bill, the lethal fatal anomaly exception. So I would appreciate your defeat of this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Shackelford to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Representative Davison, I appreciate your compassion and your passion for this issue. I love working with your father. We co-author a lot of each other's bills on the Health Committee. But this exception, I feel, must stay in. I have to go back to the hearing. I have to go back to those long 9 hours and listening to the healthcare professionals as they talked about this issue, this lethal fetal anomaly. A lot of times they did not find this out until after 20 weeks for the baby. And we're talking about things of no brain, no kidney, which will result in no lungs. This is such a dreadful matter that happens to a mother that there is no way that this exception should not be in. In the language, we even made it an unlimited decision, so it's not bound by the 20 weeks. So I urge us to support what our healthcare professionals have told us about this and vote against this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Jacobs, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you, Representative Davison, for offering this amendment. Let's remember again, human life begins at conception. Human life begins at conception. Our Constitution, again, talks about God, our Creator. He is the author of life. He is the giver of life. We are not the givers of life. God is the giver of life. I know I'm probably being very simple about this, but God is also the one that has the right to take life, not us. We do not have the right to determine the quality of an individual human being's life by what they may be lacking physically as a human being. If God so chooses to take the life of that child, that is his choice. That is not our choice. For us to do that would put us in the place of God. Every single life is precious. I may have disagreements with people in this chamber, but I believe that every single life in this chamber is precious before God. Every single one of us are image bearers of God. Every single one of us, as Representative Davison very eloquently said, we all have a purpose. Who are we to determine the purpose of that child in the womb? Who are we to make the decision, say, your life is not worth living, so we're going to take your life? And by the way, I hear a lot about saying that when this woman becomes a mother, I've heard that over and over. Let's remember, the woman is already a mother at the moment of conception. Birth does not make a woman, the birth of a child does not make a woman a mother. The moment the child is conceived, she has become a mother. We need to stop minimizing the life inside of the womb. We would no more, if we were being consistent about this, what are we supposed to do then? What about children outside of the womb that may be missing certain body parts or who may fit the bill of a fetal anomaly? Should we go ahead and kill them as well? No, we shouldn't. So again, I'm asking you to vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Would the author like to close?
I want to just clarify real quick exactly what we're talking about with the current language that's been adopted. We can abort a human life up to 20 weeks. Now, that's 22 weeks gestational age, which means that that child at that point is fully viable. Prolonged survival has been proven and increases daily in every single instance of a lethal fetal anomaly. And so I humbly ask you today to join me and vote in support of this measure. This is a vote that will show our love for all life, and I thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Question, roll call's been requested and will be granted. When the machine is open, all those in favor will indicate by saying aye or voting aye. All those opposed will vote no. So the chair is voting no. Representative McNamara is voting no. Representative Jacob, yes. Representative Nisley, yes. Representative King, would you like to vote? If all the members voted, roll call shows 35 ayes, 65 noes. The amendment has been defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Nisley. House motion.
Amendment 76. Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1, special session.
Motion's been, sorry, I got out of sequence here. Motion's been heard and seconded. Representative Nisley, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, when we adopt Amendment 76, Senate Bill 1 will become the ban on abortion that everyone has been talking about for the last few weeks. Please open up your Indiana Code book. Turn to Title 16, Health. Article 34, Abortion. Chapter 2, Requirements for Performance of Abortion. In Section 1.1, lowercase a, 1, capital E, it says that human physical life begins when a human ovum is fertilized by human sperm. This is currently in the Indiana Code. Did you know that this statement of fact has been in the Indiana Code for over a decade? In fact, many of you here in this chamber probably voted for or against it when it came through. What Amendment 76 does is take that statement and spread it logically across the rest of Indiana Code. I apologize for the length of this amendment. It's pretty big. It is mostly removing stuff from the Indiana Code while adding just a little bit. A simple explanation of this amendment is that it removes every reference to the word abortion from the Indiana Code. And then it adds a new article in Title 16, the health title. The new article is called The Protection of Life. Because of the drafting of this amendment and the structure of the Indiana Code, you will find this new chapter starting on page 18, line 24. The new chapter begins with two findings of the General Assembly. On page 18, line 26, you will find the statement of fact that we heard before restated. The General Assembly finds that human life begins when human ovum is fertilized by human sperm. This was plucked directly out of the abortion article that is being removed by the amendment. Okay, while we're there, let's just look down to the next section that starts on line 28 of that page. The General Assembly finds that a mother and her unborn child are equally valuable as individual patients when receiving health care services from a health care provider. This statement shows the intent of this legislature in situations where the life of the mother is endangered by her unborn child. Keep going down the page to line 31. It talks about protection for a fetus born alive. In the current abortion code, a fetus born alive is required to be treated as a person and given a birth certificate. This section was also plucked directly out of the abortion article that is being removed. The next article continues by spelling out the state of Indiana's compelling interest in protecting human physical life based on the 10th Amendment and 9th Amendment of the United States Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the fact that the governments of the United States and Indiana were instituted by the consent of the people to secure the inalienable rights acknowledged by the Declaration of Independence. The new article discusses how to address overreach by the federal government as it relates to the protection of life. You may be aware by now that the Supreme Court of the United States has recently agreed with me that this issue belongs to the states. However, we're still hearing rumblings about executive orders and other tactics coming from the federal government, so this chapter still very much applies in a post-Roe world. The new article wraps up with a non-severability clause to put everyone's mind at ease that a court cannot pick this Senate Bill 1 apart willy-nilly and decide which parts to keep and which parts to throw away. Now that we've gone through that new article added to the health code by this amendment, let's start back at the beginning. You may have noticed that Senate Bill 1 already terminates the licensure of abortion clinics. This amendment does not change that. This amendment does remove the regulations on abortions, since abortion would no longer exist in the Indiana Code. This amendment also removes the exceptions for legal abortions in the criminal code, since, once again, abortion will no longer exist in the Indiana Code. To sum this up, this amendment would treat unborn babies in the early stages of pregnancy the same way that we currently treat babies in the later stages of pregnancy. It's about as simple as it gets. I urge you to join Hoosiers for Life and myself in bringing a logical, scientific conclusion to nearly 50 years of abortion here in Indiana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully request a roll call vote.
Roll call's been requested and seconded. State your point. The point of order is in regards to whether this is in violation of Rule 120, strip and insert. The House will stand in recess as we consider the point. The point has been withdrawn. Is there further discussion on the bill or the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair, Representative Jacob, you would like to speak on the amendment? Representative Jacob, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House. Many of you know that I was here advocating for years to push the issue of abolishing abortion. pleading with legislators over and over and over to abolish abortion. Representative Nisley had introduced this back in 2017, and over I heard from other legislators, we cannot pass this bill because Roe versus Wade has not been overturned. I heard from other legislators, get it out of committee and I'll vote for it. If Roe's overturned, then I can advocate for it. Well, this is the day, ladies and gentlemen. Again, human life begins at conception. We are all precious image bearers of God. Abortion is always the willful taking of an innocent human being's life, and therefore it is always, always murder. Abortion is always murder. I was told.
State your point. Representative Jacob, please.
What is the definition of murder? The definition of murder is the willful taking of an innocent human being's life. That is the definition of murder. And I'm not talking about the variance in here, whether first degree, second degree. Okay, we're talking about the willful taking of an innocent human being's life. Indiana code explicitly says that human life begins at conception. I'm getting to the very beginning of this, which I talked about before. This is a linear argument. You have to start at the beginning. Are we talking about a human life? Yes. Does abortion willfully take the life of an innocent human being? Yes. So therefore, abortion is always murder. This is not hard to understand. You know, I was asked previously about this same issue, which Representative Delaney had brought up here.
Hey, Representative Jacob, please don't reference people.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, you're right.
I was told that there were people in here that didn't like me bringing up that abortion is murder. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is. It is. Your conscience knows it. Your conscience testifies to it. The only reason that people fuss against it is because it's a matter of convenience. Unless you want to dispute that, I have ministered at the abortion clinics in relationship to the issue of abortion for years and watched thousands of women come into the abortion clinic. Over and over and over, they are murdering their child, aborting their child for the issue of convenience. It's a child. You can call it an embryo, zygote, whatever. Fetus. It's still a human child. For centuries, we knew that. But somehow or another, we've become so much smarter now here in the 21st century. And then we put ourselves in the place of God to be able to determine who lives and who dies. Because that is exactly what we are doing here, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I want you to understand, we are putting ourselves in the place of God. And we will each stand accountable before a holy God. And we will give an account of our life. And he will call you to account for the individual decision that you made in this chamber. Many of you claim that you know Jesus Christ as Savior and Lord of your life. Saying, I love Jesus, but I'm okay to sit there and abort children. That's hypocrisy. It's evil. And it's wicked.
Representative Jacob, let's not impugn people's motives or their beliefs, please.
There is a right and a wrong, Mr. Speaker. Murder is wrong. If anybody would like to dispute with me to say that murder is somehow or another noble or right or good, murder is evil. That's not a motive. That's an outward action. There's an outward action that's occurring. That outward action is resulting in the death of another living human being. It is always right to do right, and it is always wrong to do wrong. The right thing to do is to give justice for the preborn. It is right to vote for this amendment, and I am pleading with you to do the right thing. I am begging you, if it would help for me to get down on my hands and knees to plead with you to do it, please. Give justice for the preborn. Do the right thing. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Judy, speak on the amendment. Your author yield, he yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nisley, on page 32, I'm looking at down at the bottom on line 45 and 46.
Give me a second here. The amendment. Oh, sorry.
Does it?
Give me that page number again.
Page 32. Page 32.
Okay, which line number?
Line 46. So it's essentially 38 through 46. Is this the correct amendment? Yes. Does this make it a level 1 felony if the woman, charging the woman with a level 1 felony if she has an abortion?
Sorry, this one was stapled backwards, so. Okay. So the answer is there is no abortion in the Indiana Code after we adopt this.
So let me rephrase my question.
Okay.
If the pregnant woman ends the life of the child inside of her, is she charged with a level 1 felony?
That depends on the prosecutor. Would a prosecutor prosecute that? What evidence would there be? There's a lot of things that would go into that before a charge would be brought.
Okay. Permission to speak.
Permission granted.
This is the one I struggle with big time. I have a constituent back home that has been fighting the fight for life since 1979. I was born in 1978. And she came to me after one session, and we sat down and talked, and she wanted to express to me that we cannot criminalize the woman. She said we need to love that woman. We need to put services. We need to get her the help that she needs. There are many a good women of faith, that have made the decision to end the life inside of them. I have a really hard time of putting them in a prison. If that's the case, I can't support that.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Hostetler, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly. One of our colleagues earlier said that we're putting ourselves in the place of God, and I just wanted to kind of go on the record that I would never put myself in the place of the Almighty. And our beliefs, I think, are what driving a lot of us to do what we say up here, and that's not the way to make an argument. It's not why this body is here to argue. Go to your houses of worship and talk about that. But my colleague across the aisle brought up a very, very good point when he yelled it out at another colleague earlier, that as an individual in the state of Indiana, I don't determine what's murder. And my other colleague didn't. But the General Assembly has spent years crafting what murder is and spent years crafting the definition of a human being. And I would have to concur with my colleague on this side of the aisle that Indiana does define a person. The General Assembly goes through the process of defining a person, which they've done. The General Assembly goes through the process of defining murder, which they've done. That's settled. And we've defined both of those things, and I believe that going forward, there's only one logical way to act, and I think if we're going to have an intellectually honest conversations with ourselves, we know that. Thank you.
For discussion, Representative Morse, speak on the amendment. Author yield, he yields.
Sir, on page 19, you discuss the Constitution of the United States.
Correct.
And you go on to talk about federal law enforcement officials here in the state of Indiana having them removed by the state police. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yes, the idea for this bill developed before the Supreme Court agreed with me that the issue of life belongs to the states. Okay. Before that, the question was, how can we, as the state of Indiana, assert our sovereignty to what we know is right? We know that the Supreme Court was wrong with the Roe versus Wade decision, which the court just told us that last month, that the court back in the 70s was wrong, okay? So knowing that they were wrong, how do we deal with the federal government? And that is how this language was developed, of how we can assert our state sovereignty on this issue. Other states have asserted their sovereignty on lots of other issues. For example, marijuana legalization in Colorado,
We're not talking about that, sir. We're not talking about that.
I'm just giving examples here.
Well, the example here is that we are all part of a union called the United States of America, right? There's going to be future court cases that decide this. And let me tell the Assembly this. I am very pro-life. And deciding where life starts, it starts at conception. And it goes through various stages in life. Zygote, to an embryo, to a fetus, right? This language here, sir, really has me concerned because we are part of the United States of America. And if they show up here, our officers cannot arrest them or have them removed.
I would disagree with that.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Would the author like to close?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some interesting points were brought up here in this discussion. I'm going to kind of start from the end, where it's most familiar, and work backward here. With the recent decision by the Supreme Court of the United States, I will admit that at this moment, this Chapter 4 that the good representative from Fort Wayne was talking about is not likely to happen. But I think it should be there for future things. And as we adopt this language into the bill here, it will go to the Senate, back to the Senate, and I'm sure the Senate will have their way with that part of the bill. They'll do what the Senate does. Working back, there is no condemnation in this bill for anyone who has made that choice. This is a vision for things going forward. This is a way to move forward. This can just bring an end to the whole discussion of abortion by just taking it out of the code and treating babies in the early part of pregnancy the same as we now treat babies in the later stages of pregnancy. And then there's one more comment, that our beliefs drive this discussion. And I would like to just say it out loud that over the last 6 years, as I have been presenting this bill, making these arguments, I have intentionally not made a religious argument about this. This has been about science. It has been about what is already in the Indiana Code and making the code consistent throughout. I'd appreciate your support.
Roll call has been requested and will grant and granted. When the machine is open, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Show Representative McNamara voting no. Show Representative Mayfield voting no. Representative Nisley. Representative Nisley. Representative Nisley. Representative Nisley. If all the members voted, tell their roll. Roll call shows 6 ayes, 93 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Bartlett. House motion.
Amendment 69, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1, special session be amended.
For the amendment, in a second, the chair recognizes Representative Bartlett for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. This is a simple amendment. We put all the onus on the women for the pregnancy. We talk about abortions, and really it's a termination of pregnancy. We're forcing young girls to be mothers, but not forcing the men to be fathers. This bill makes it illegal to prescribe, distribute, supply erectile dysfunction drugs or sexual impotency drugs. If, in fact, an unwanted pregnancy is an act of God, then impotency must be an act of God. Excuse me. We're discussing this issue, and it's mostly men in here. In the U.S. Senate, we have 24 women, 76 men. In the House of Representatives, we have 123 women, but 312 men. In the Supreme Court, we have 5 men, 4 women. And in our General Assembly, here, we have, we got more men than we got women. So I think that there should be some onus put on the men for these pregnancies. And I urge you to vote for this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative McNamara speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bartlett, I appreciate your bringing this amendment forward. I will measure my comments just because I don't want to get in trouble. So at this time, we'll just leave it at that. Please oppose this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Chair sees none. Will the author like to close? Roll call.
Ladies and gentlemen, some may think this is a joke, but it takes 2 people for a pregnancy to come about. And to put all the onus onto a woman, I just think it's unfair. I urge your support.
There was no second on the roll call. So when the question is on the adoption of the amendment, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Nisley. House motion.
Amendment 73, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill special session be.
I've heard the motion and the second. Chair recognizes Representative Nisley to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is an easier one, I think, but we never know in this place. Okay, simple amendment, page 42, delete lines 12 on down, delete page, the top lines on the top of page 43. At the end of the Senate bill, there is a prosecutorial oversight task force created. It's just a simple thing. It'll go through this, it'll meet this fall, it will bring back recommendations. I can see why there may have been a reason for it in the way the bill came over from the Senate. However, since then, all the prosecutable things are gone. There is nothing left in the bill to prosecute. So I question, what is the reason for having this task force in place here, unless by some other amendment today we end up putting some prosecution back in, but I don't see that happening. So yeah, this amendment is just to remove this. My concern with this is even a task force recommending things like dual hang on here, let me find my words here. Concurrent jurisdiction and other things, I think is we're getting to really sticky places here when an elected prosecutor where could be infringing on those things. So I would just ask you to support this and removing this language. And Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask for a roll call.
Right. Further discussion on the bill? On the amendment? Chair sees none. There's no second on the roll call. All those in favor of the amendment, vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. No. Motion is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Hatfield. House motion.
Amendment 60, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1 special.
For the motion and the second, the chair recognizes Representative Hatfield to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 60 requires that in order to revoke the license of the physician involved here under this section, that 4 physician members of the Medical Licensing Board of Indiana must agree to revoke. Currently, under layperson there are 7 members on the board appointed by the governor, and 1 is a lay person, and so technically the lay person of that committee could be involved in the revocation of a license. I'm just asking that we have 4 physicians from that board, not changing the composition in any way, still appointed by the governor of this state. In order for that process to proceed, I would ask for your support for Amendment 60.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative McNamara, would you like to speak on the amendment? I thought you might.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Thank you, Representative Hatfield, for bringing this forward. I think currently the makeup of the board is sufficient and would appreciate your defeat of this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Second. Okay, I'm sorry. Roll call is in requested and second and will be granted. Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Representative Hatfield, would you like to close?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sorry for this, but just so that we're abundantly clear, it's not changing the composition of the board in any way. It's just ensuring that 4 doctors actually be in favor of revocation prior to moving forward, so that in these particular situations that lay person isn't used as a political appointee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call is being requested and seconded and will be granted when the machine is open. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote no. Show the chair voting no and show Representative Taxpayer voting no. Representative Mayfield voting no. Representative Jacob voting no. Representative Porter. Representative Johnson voting aye. Representative Hatfield voting aye. Representative Nisley voting no. Representative... All the members voted. Tyler roll. Roll call shows 30 ayes, 69 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Hatfield. House motion.
Amendment 57. Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill.
For the motion and a second, Representative Hatfield is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 57 changes the standard of review for the Attorney General to prove a physician performed an abortion in violation of the Indiana Code from preponderance of an evidence to clear and convincing. This standard is more closely tied to other areas in the code where we provide discretion. And so I'm simply saying here that when the Attorney General reviews these cases to prove that a physician has performed under the code, performed an abortion under the code, that there ought to be clear and convincing evidence. That it ought not just be preponderance of an evidence. This is a significant legal standard that's used throughout the code, and I would ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Jeter speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. So just so you understand these legal terms, the current standard in a medical licensing board proceeding is by a preponderance of the evidence, which means more likely than not. So the greater of the evidence indicates that the conduct that's complained of happened. So I would suggest that we have a good standard, I think, now. The Attorney General has to prove that case by preponderance of the evidence. We have a medical board that's nonpartisan. They're experts in their field, and so I think that this increased this increased level of proof is not really required. I think our system works great, and I think we got to trust those boards to do right. So I'd ask that you defeat the amendment. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Chair sees none. Would the other like to close?
This amendment is directly from doctors from around the state and in each of your districts. I'd ask you to stand with doctors who are performing life-saving care every single day to ensure that their standard of care is met and appropriately reviewed. Thank you.
Roll call is requested and seconded. Will we agree when the machine is open? All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Show Representative Jeter voting no. Show the chair voting no. Show Representative Mayfield voting no. Representative McNamara voting no. Representative Jacob voting no. Representative Johnson, yes. Representative Hatfield, yes. If all the members voted, tell their roll. Roll call is 34 voting aye, 64 voting no. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments, Representative Mayfield? House motion.
Amendment 39, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill once.
For the motion and second, Chair recognizes Representative Mayfield to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Amendment number 39 expands to add more detail to the termination of pregnancy report. We all know that this is not the last time we are going to address this topic. We also know that in January, we will have some data on how many abortions are performed if we go quarterly on these aggregated reports. But it doesn't go into very much detail. Now, Florida has a report that out of their 79,000 abortions, you would think using 1% being the subject of rape, that would give them 798 abortions, when in fact, only 118 abortions were performed as a result of rape. Life-endangering situations are typically said to be, and we've heard it over and over again, 1/2 of 1%. So that would be 399 supposed abortions. But in Florida, they only had 119. I'm asking that this information be included on the TPR so that when we come back in January, we do have good data and not some extrapolated calculation. Because we're going to be dealing with this, and if we don't have that data then, we're going to be saying, we don't have the data, let's wait some longer to get it. I'm asking that this data be disaggregated to specifically rape, or the reason was incest, or the reason was lethal fetal anomaly, and if so, exactly the medical coding for that lethal fetal anomaly, or if it was a threat to the mother's health, a description of what kind of threat that was. And I'd appreciate your support.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative McNamara speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. In the Senate Bill 1, as it currently stands, we changed the reporting from an annual report to a quarterly report. And given that evidence that we're looking forward to finding from the quarterly report, we'll have a better idea of what things will look like going forward. If that needs to be addressed, it's something that we could address in next session. So I would appreciate your no vote on this particular amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, would Representative Representative Mayfield like to close?
Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that we will have a quarterly report, but all it's going to say is it was a case of rape, incest, lethal fetal anomaly, or a threat to the mother's health, and that's it. It's going to lump them all together. If we're going to make good decisions in the future, I think they should be disaggregated. This does not change policy. It doesn't touch the policy of where Senate Bill 1 currently stands. This is just data points.
Motion, question is on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Motion is defeated. Division has been called and will be seconded. Representative leaders Giaquina and Lehman, show the chair is voting no. All those in favor indicate, please rise. Show the chair voting no. Now, all those, yeah, but, well, we have a quorum. Yeah, we have to have the exact number. All those opposed to the bill, again, show the chairs opposed to the amendment, excuse me. What's that? We didn't do that the other day. 37 in favor, 62 2 opposed. The motion has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Hatfield, House motion.
Amendment 58, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1, special session.
Heard the motion and second. Representative Hatfield is recognized for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Amendment 58 changes the definition of fetal anomaly to where the fetus suffers from an irremediable medical condition that is incompatible with sustained life outside the womb, regardless of birth. I believe that we should provide better guidance in the code if we're going to put significant terms into the code, if we're going to put terms that doctors need to rely on to know whether or not or how to or when to do something, we should provide a definition that gives them guidance to do so. I would ask for your support.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative McNamara, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. The amendment we put in today was significant to this amendment in a way because it removes the exception for fetal anomaly post 20 weeks post fertilization. What that means is we're allowing our doctors to use their reasonable medical judgment. And so I feel this amendment's unnecessary, and I would appreciate your defeat of it.
Further discussion on the amendment. Chair sees none. The author would like to. Roll call has been requested and second and will be granted when the machine is open. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed vote no. Show the chair voting no. Show Representative McNamara voting no. Show Representative Mayfield voting no. Representative Johnson, yes. Have all the members voted? Tally roll. Roll call shows 29 ayes, 67 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Johnson. House motion.
Amendment 47, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1.
Further motion is second. Representative Johnson is recognized. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House. Amendment 47 specifies that the protections outlined in the Religious Freedom Restoration Law apply also to patients seeking health care services. It also provides a procedure for invoking religious freedom protections when seeking to obtain health care services that are prohibited or significantly restricted by law. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, we have heard from faith leaders who hold a wide range of beliefs on the issue of abortion. We know even among Christians that many support a woman's right to make her own health care decisions in consultation with her doctor, her faith leader, and other trusted partners. Leaders in the Presbyterian Church have raised concerns over the impact of these laws on people of color, health and safety, and religious freedom. The Council of Bishops of the United Methodist Church stated that laws such as this deny, quote, deny the sacred worth of women who face the tragic conflicts of life with life that may justify abortion. The Episcopal Church opposes state and federal legislation restricting women's reproductive rights. Catholic teaching on abortion have changed over time, indicating true Catholicism is based on a deep respect for each individual conscience when making moral decisions. According to Pew, 68% of Hindus in America believe abortion should be legal, 82% of Buddhists believe the same, and according to a statement from the Jewish Community Relations Council and the Indiana Board of Rabbis, quote, the physical and mental health of a pregnant woman is of utmost importance, and we vigorously oppose any legislation that does not permit access to abortion at a minimum when Jewish law compels it. As it stands, SB 1 relies on a single interpretation of religious texts. It prioritizes one faith over others, one definition of life over others, and it directly conflicts with ideas of religious freedom that are enshrined in our Constitution. I appreciate your support as we seek to uphold our deepest values and protect the religious freedom of all Hoosiers.
Roll call has been requested and seconded. Representative Shackelford to speak on the amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative McNamara, would you like to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I believe this is a substantial amendment and appreciate your thoughts on this particular topic. But again, I ask you to vote no on this amendment as we feel that we are in a good place on this bill.
Further discussion on the amendment? The author would like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. It's a substantial amendment. It's a substantial piece of legislation that we're considering today with ripple effects around religious freedom, around personal liberties of women. I believe it deserves careful consideration. Quite simply, this is an amendment about religious freedom, whether we believe as a state that religious freedom is of critical importance to our way of life, if we will continue to uphold the tenets of democracy or theocracy. Thank you.
Roll call is requested and seconded and will be granted. When the machine is open, all those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. All those opposed vote no. Show Representative Shackelford voting aye. Show Representative Mayfield voting no. Show Representative McNamara voting no. Show the Speaker voting no. Representative Lehman voting no. And Representative Barrett. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 32 ayes, 67 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments, Representative McNamara? Representative Mayfield. House motion.
Amendment 22, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill.
For the amendment, second. Chair recognizes Representative Mayfield speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Amendment number 22. Okay, you'll have to follow me very carefully because you could talk yourself into a circle with this one. When it came over from the Senate, there was language added on the bottom, middle to bottom of page 22 that said this section does not apply to a minor who is less than 18 years of age who is pregnant as a result of rape or incest by a parent, legal guardian, or custodian of the emancipated minor. It goes on, and that means that they are exempt from any of the consent laws, the parental consent or judicial bypass laws. Of course, we don't want to place a minor in the position of having to ask their adult in their family or household for consent. That is the very reason for judicial bypass. It is two-pronged. Either they ask their parents for permission and their parents have denied them permission, so they go to the court and ask the court to overrule their parents. Or they don't want to, they don't feel safe going to their parents for permission. So they go directly to the court to get consent, and the court determines that for the safety of the child, it is not in their best interest to even tell the parent that the child is getting an abortion, and the court gives consent. By adding this language, or not removing this language, the new language, bypasses all of that. So the only reasons for an abortion now are rape, incest, life of the mother. So any minor, anyone, even a minor, the only reason they would go is because it's rape, incest, or life of the mother. And now we're saying they don't need anyone's consent. So it's created a double negative. And I just want you to make sure you understand that anyone under 18 now does not have to ask anybody for permission to get an abortion. And that is not, I'm sure, the intent of this, because in 2017, we fought like heck to pass Senate Bill 404 to implement that very language. I'd appreciate your support for the safety of our teenagers.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Hatfield speak on the amendment? No? Representative, roll call has been requested. Second, Representative McNamara speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. As many of you know, I've spent my entire legislative career fighting on behalf of kids through human trafficking and juvenile justice and looking at issues in regards to that. I feel this amendment isn't appropriate at this time. Many of the offenders in a lot of these cases with juveniles are relatives. And that juvenile has to feel the confidence and the ability and won't actually always have the knowledge to go to the judicial review or the judicial around. And I want to be able to make sure that those kids who have been raped or victims of incest have a victim advocate with them, which is what they continue and are able to do. And in all cases under 18, the Department of Child Services is called. So I would appreciate your defeat of this amendment and continue to allow our kids the opportunity to not be in fear of going against the person who's been their offender in their life.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Austin to speak on the amendment? Or author yield, he yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mayfield, I thought I understood you to just say that the current language in the bill itself says there is absolutely no parental consent required for anyone under, did you say 16 or 18?
18. 18 is what it says.
There's no parental consent required for any child under 18.
If this language does not come out, if you do not pass my amendment, that is the effect.
Well, the author of the bill is shaking her head no.
I was the sponsor of the bill that put it in. I have handled, my name is on more abortion bills in the last 10 years. Granted, there are several people, several members who have worked on abortion bills in the last, I want to say since 14. I have my name on more than any individual. I sponsored the parental consent bill. I stood up here and had my most difficult day at the podium twice getting that passed. That is the effect, and I have confirmed that with the LSA attorney who drafts most of these and a second LSA attorney.
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, that's a significant policy change in this body, and we've had that debate in public policy my entire time. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask, I think we need to get this clarified, quite honestly, because we've never said that, well, let me say this. There is a judicial bypass procedure. The judicial bypass still is available, I believe. And that's correct. So it's not that they don't need anyone's permission, it's that they have to utilize the judicial bypass procedure. So it seems like there's all of a sudden there's all this confusion about whether you could just show up under the age of 18 with there's no process in place, or we do have the judicial bypass procedure. I don't know who to believe here. I've got people saying yes, and I've got people saying no. And that's pretty significant in this body. I'm looking to you for some guidance, sir.
I would suggest you ask the author of the amendment if you have a question.
Well, she's telling me
Austin.
one thing.
She told you something.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can't question the author of the bill.
Yeah. Wish I could help you, Representative Austin.
I wish you could too, sir.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Mayfield. Would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. I know you have to read it carefully, and it's because of all the exceptions that it caught my eye, because I was the sponsor of 404. It's a slick move to get this in there, to create a double negative that eliminates the need for anyone who's under 18, who's a victim of rape and incest, to seek anyone's, that means this whole section does not apply to them. I ask you to give that real consideration on the vote. Thank you.
Question, roll call has been requested and seconded and will be granted when the machine is open. All those in favor vote aye, those opposed vote no. Show the chair is voting no. Show Representative Max Vera is voting no. All the members voted. Tally the roll. 35 ayes, 61 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Shackelford.
Oh, I am.
House motion.
Amendment 54, Mr. Speaker, I move that and endorse it.
For the motion and second, Chair recognizes Representative Shackelford to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I'm bringing forth this amendment. This is not a new issue, but because of the bill that we're hearing today, I think there is a sense of urgency that we pass this amendment. The amendment requires an employer to provide reasonable employment accommodations for a pregnant employee and requires the Civil Rights Commission to investigate complaints. We've heard through the passage of Senate Bill 1 that we may be reducing abortions by about 98%. If that is the case, then we're going to be increasing pregnancies. Keep in mind, Indiana is one of 4 states that do not currently have any pregnancy accommodations for employers. We do not require employers to accommodate pregnant workers. Under current law, an employee may request an accommodation related to pregnancy, childbirth, or other related medical conditions. While the employer must respond to the employee's request within a reasonable time frame, the employer is not required to provide an accommodation. Indiana is one of the most dangerous states in the nation for pregnant women, with the 3rd highest rate of maternal mortality in the United States and the 9th highest rate of infant mortality. No requirements for workplace accommodations puts pregnant Hoosiers in an even greater risk. As we're thinking about banning abortion, we should consider this. Indiana has no provision to ensure that workers can earn paid time off work. Workers in the lowest wage jobs are, of course, both less likely to be able to earn paid leave and less likely to be able to afford to take time off without pay. Yet, towards the end of pregnancy, we expect women to visit her health provider multiple times per month, even as she faces the post-birth possibility of no maternity leave or less than adequate wage replacement for a temporary disability insurance plan. Standard pregnancy accommodations are very similar to other accommodations for other health risks. We are talking modified schedules, the ability to sit during a long shift, etc. If we are going to increase pregnancies, we have the responsibility to ensure our workplaces are welcoming and accommodating to these women. I ask for your support for this amendment.
Roll call has been requested and seconded will be granted. Representative Nagel will speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Representative Shackelford, I implore with you on how important this particular issue is. Representative Engelman and I worked very hard on this issue, and we were trying to strike the right balance. I really want to continue working on this issue. I know Representative Engelman also does. So I hope that we can really, on this next session, come up with something that is a collective, bipartisan effort that we can get across the finish line. I don't believe this is the right bill to place it in. I really appreciate your passion, and I look forward to working with you. But I don't believe this is the right bill to put it in at this moment. But again, it is a very important issue. I'm an employer. I understand exactly what these accommodations need to be. I also offer those to my employees, and I do my best to make sure that we have a very comfortable, safe environment for pregnant women. So with that, I would ask you not to support this amendment at this time.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Hamilton speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I want to thank Representative Shackelford for bringing this important amendment forward. And Also thank Representative Nagel for her work on this issue in years past. I know she is very sincere in her effort to continue moving on this issue. I will say that because of the underlying realities of SB 1, creating thousands of forced pregnancies in our state, this is a more critical issue than ever before. And it has been critical for several years. Many of us have worked on this issue. So I just encourage you to think of this as one of the most pro-life votes you can make today, and vote yes. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Chair sees none. Would the author like to close?
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, can I have every woman raise their hand that has authored this bill in the past?
We don't typically do group participation, raising the hands, Representative Shackelford.
Okay, well, it's worth a shot. But, but I'll raise my own hand. I have authored this legislation in the past due to the impact that Senate Bill 1 is going to have on the women in our workforce. This is an urgent matter. The governor has put it on his agenda. We have pushed this can down the road for too many years. If we are going to increase these pregnancies, if we are going to force women to have these babies, we must be accommodating in the workplace. And I ask for your support for this bill.
For discussion? No, I'm sorry. Roll call was requested and will be granted. And when the machine is open, all those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Show the chair is voting no. Show Representative McNamara and Representative Lehman is voting no. Show Representative Shackelford is voting aye. Yeah. Representative All the members vote the tally roll. Roll call shows 33 ayes, 63 noes. The amendment has been defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Zemke. House motion.
Amendment 32, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1 special session be amended to read as follows. Page 14.
Heard the amendment. You've heard the motion. And there's a second. The chair recognizes Representative Zemke for the amendment. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm offering Amendment 32, which allows discretionary abortions to occur up to 13 weeks post-fertilization. It allows this time for the woman and her doctor to choose whether to terminate this pregnancy. Everything with the rest of the language in SB 1 that we're hearing today would still apply as far as the facility where this abortion could occur. It would be in a hospital or a hospital-owned ambulatory surgery. For many, many hours, I watched all of the testimony in the Senate on SB 1. I sat for 8 or 9 hours in here on Courts and Criminal Code listening to testimony. I've read however many hundreds of emails and taken many calls. This is to preserve women's rights in this state so that they do have that first 13 weeks to weigh and measure this decision. I truly support their decision, and I hope you support this amendment. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Vermillion, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. Representative Zemke, I think you are offering up an amendment that I believe is speaking to where so many Hoosiers are on this very tough topic. I believe that a middle ground can be found as we protect the unborn. At the same time, we provide choice for women in those early stages of unwanted pregnancy. I believe that us, as Republican women, there are many of us that are similar to where you're at in the amendment. I think we can be pro-choice, pro-life. I think we can find ways to support women. We want to give them ways to choose life, choose it, but we also can't take away those that are in that immediate stage of not sure what they want to do, and I think they have that right. I just say thank you. I think we've seen in the past couple weeks, even within the last 48 hours, that the nation will speak, and thank you for giving Republicans and women a voice that I agree with. Thank you.
For discussion, Representative Pierce to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise in support of the amendment. You know, I had the pleasure of sitting through that 8 hours of testimony in the courts committee, and you heard people with very strong views on all sides. You had some people say, I had an unwanted pregnancy at 16, I had an abortion, and it was life-changing because I was able to pursue my education, I was able to have a career, I was able to later raise a family and support them, and that was important. We heard from other people said, I had an abortion, and it was the biggest mistake I ever made, and it haunts me to this day. We had people on all sides of the issue. We had different religious viewpoints. Some people saying it's very clear under my religious tenets, it's wrong. Other people saying under our religious tenets, it's allowed. So we have people of all different religious faiths having different viewpoints. So really, the ultimate question is, who is going to decide? Under the current bill, the government decides. There's not individual liberty, there's not individual freedom, there's not autonomy over one's body. What the bill in its current form essentially says is this General Assembly is going to decide for you one of the most life-changing, critical, monumental decisions that are going to impact you. And I think for the many years I've been here, I've heard a lot of discussion from my friends on the other side of the aisle about individual freedom, less government regulation, letting people do what they want. No nanny state. Remember that? Remember when the nanny state was not favored? Well, we're moving into the nanny state here. And so what this amendment does is it gives an opportunity in a limited time period for women to have individual freedom, for the government to back off and let them decide for themselves. And I think that's a really critical thing. Really critical. And so for those reasons, I would urge you to support this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative King, roll call has been requested and seconded will be granted. Representative King, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, thank you for taking the time to debate this in a way that is honoring to women and children. I too sat through the testimony just like most of you did as well. I was touched by all the stories that were shared. I heard stories of women as they told of their walk through the shadows of unethical clinics and suffered consequences no man can fully understand. The first time I became a mother and held in the arms the life of the child that I held in my womb, I saw the undeniable miracle that human life, and it changed me in a deeply moving way. Each of my two grandsons and my soon-to-be first granddaughter reinforces my view that the sanctity of life is indisputable, and our role as humans is to protect and preserve children, born and unborn. Do unborn children have rights? Is the right to life among them? If so, the government can protect the right and stand on behalf of the child. We must advocate for laws that carefully balance the rights of the child and those of the mother. If our hearts are in the right place, this means supporting alternatives to abortion, caring for women who need compassion and financial assistance, and offering help. The worth of us, the worth of all of you, is worth fighting for. I ask you to defeat this amendment.
For discussion on amendment, Representative Shackelford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. I am thankful that Representative Zemke has brought this to us. As many of my constituents, many of the testimony, many of the emails that I read, the women would have been ecstatic if we could keep the status quo. They would have loved to keep the 20 weeks. But this is a good compromise. 13 weeks still allows for a woman to make the choice herself, for her and her doctor, and her God to make that choice. Without this amendment, you are leaving women with no freedom of choice except for those minor exemptions. So I ask you to support this amendment.
For discussion, Representative Delaney on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. I will not be humorous today. I'm no longer a young man. But you saw and I saw in the hall a large number of young women. That's who this is about. It's not about me. It's about the young women who have come to us on the internet and in person and asked for some kind of a safety valve. If things go bad, if the day after you're pregnant he walks out, if you lose your job, if your health deteriorates. Right now, this bill says the message is you have no safety valve, no insurance policy, no way out, no option but to do what the Indiana General Assembly wants. Do you think anybody likes abortion? I don't even like the word. I rarely utter it. I've seen my wife and my daughters hold their stomachs when the quickening occurs. What a memory. So we value it. The question is, do they have control or an option? Not a pretty option, not something people are running around celebrating, not something they want to do, but something they feel they have to do. I am not their conscience. Nor are we collectively their conscience. I also, people don't treat me this way, but, I'm an immigrant to Indiana. I wasn't born a Hoosier. And what do I really like about Indiana is the insistence on moderation, the insistence on decency, the insistence on listening to other people, almost to the point where it's exhausting. We do that. But who are we listening to now? I must tell you, we need to listen to these young women, and we need to listen to something very important. This body on this motion has the opportunity to change the entire national debate about this horribly divisive industry. This group, we're the only ones in the whole country who can say that there is something in between a total ban and no restriction. We're the only ones who can say that in a broad sense, the Supreme Court had it right when they said later on, this is the Roe case, later on, the public interest, the societal interest can play a role, should play a role. Not from day one. Not from when things haven't moved that far along. Not when there's no chance of life. In these early days, the role of the would-be mother has to be central. But I want to end on this point. Stop this fight in America. Say there is a middle ground. If there's a middle ground in Kansas, for God's sakes, there's one in Indiana. Please vote for this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Jacob, speak on the amendment.
I'm definitely not in favor of this amendment, but I'm afraid if I get up, somebody else asked me not to get up here. And I realize that maybe my even getting up here, I don't want to sit there and push more yes votes for this amendment. But again, I've said this over and over, and I'm going to continue to speak on this exact issue. Human life begins at conception. The Indiana Constitution specifically and explicitly talks about God, our Creator. We were created by Him. He says, "You shall not murder." An abortion is always murder because it always takes the life of an innocent human being. I'm asking you to defeat this amendment. I'm asking you to give full justice to the preborn. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Representative Zemke, would you like to close on the amendment?
I thank everyone for their thoughts, and in my 10 years here, and I'm sure in the history of the last 50 years in this chamber, there's never been a more weighty and important decision we ever have to make. Not many of us have been sleeping a lot lately, I know that, especially poor Mr. Speaker. And giving this the gravity that it deserves and how this chamber is treating it is really says something. We need to carefully consider how to go forward with this state that I love, that has always been about love each other, be compassionate, work hard, be a good neighbor, and accept people for who they are and their decisions that they make. That's the Indiana I've always known. And I simply ask that women have 13 weeks to be proactive and attentive to their care of their pregnancy and their decision. The other bills that we're passing are going to finally help us with women, children, adoptions, public health. We are finally going to put money into our women and families and public health. All of this together, we will have more women choose to, I believe, bring children into the world. They'll know that people have their back. They'll know Indiana does values me. I should value my child, but it would be her decision. I thank you all so much.
Roll call is requested and seconded will be granted. When the machine is open, all those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Show the chair is voting no. Show Representative McNamara is voting no. Hostetler, no. Representative Shackelford, yes. Hostetler, no. Representative King, no. Representative Baird, no. McNamara's not in the room. Tally the roll call shows 34 ayes, 64 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Shackelford. House motion.
Amendment 52, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill 1.
For the motion and second, the chair recognizes Representative Shackelford to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. This one is a very simple amendment. It has been one of those issues that we've talked about before. What the amendment does is requires the Medical Licensing Board and the State Board of Nursing to adopt rules requiring physicians, physician assistants, and nurses who apply for a license or a renewal to complete continuing education addressing implicit bias. I cannot stress the urgency and the importance of this piece of this amendment as we look at banning abortion. Significant disparities between many Black Hoosiers of color, and low-income residents and their doctors leads to poor health outcomes for those groups. We heard several times during committee, during the testimony, Black women in Indiana are nearly 3 times as likely as white women to die during pregnancy and shortly after childbirth. Due to these disparities, in 2020, the Indiana Health Disparities Task Force, established by the governor, and our Maternal Health Caucus both recommended and required implicit bias training for health professionals to help close these disparities. In addition, in 2021, NCSL and NBCSL both passed resolutions to require this training among health professionals. And what was intriguing at NCSL is they actually put it under their directive to improve rural health care. So this is a rural and an urban issue. One of the most prominent cases in recent years was the death of Dr. Susan Moore in an Indianapolis hospital. She died of complications of COVID-19 after she was denied what the hospital later required or later named compassionate care. Despite her own medical training, the doctors at the hospital dismissed her. If Black female doctors are not listened to by fellow medical professionals, what chance do others have without any medical training? If Senate Bill 1 passes, women will be at the mercy of their doctors to decide if they are sick enough to require an abortion. This puts many Black women, low-income women, and women of color at an even greater risk of death during pregnancy. I humbly ask for your support of this amendment, and please consider it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Ledbetter, speak on the amendment. Representative Ledbetter, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the General Assembly. I want to share with you that I am currently working towards my doctoral degree, and the title of my capstone project is Mitigating Implicit Bias in Healthcare Professionals. As a mental health care provider, I understand the stigma that many people face in healthcare. I agree that a patient from a minority group or an underserved or stigmatized population should not experience a lower standard of care. In a cross-sectional national survey of over 2,000 adults, Nong et al. 2020 stated 21.4% had experienced discrimination in the healthcare system, with 72% saying they had experienced discrimination more than once. The 5 most reported types of discrimination were race, educational or income level, weight, sex, and age. Just over 1/4 of respondents reported discrimination for other reasons, leading researchers to identify 6 additional types of discrimination. The most common of these include insurance and health finances or ability to pay for care, drug use, prescribed medications, mental health status, and lifestyle. Research has also shown that making implicit bias training mandatory can actually make people more biased. Research has shown that implicit bias training can cause feelings of shame in individuals which may lead to problems with depression and anxiety. And in some situations, those individuals who become more biased can actually become more violent. We have seen far too much violence in our society, and addiction and mental health disorders are only increasing. There is currently no evidence-based scientific research that has determined that implicit bias leads to healthcare disparities. This is one of the reasons why I chose to study the topic. It needs far more research. We see implicit bias training permeating our society, and I am not so sure it's actually beneficial to our mental health and well-being or to our society. Finally, research is also clear that you cannot provide implicit bias training without educating a person on implicit bias as well as providing them the tools to manage their bias. This amendment requires you only have to provide training for one of those topics. Representative Shackelford, I believe your heart is in the right place, and my heart is with you. But presenting theories in cognitive science that are not evidence-based may possibly cause more harm than good, which may actually lead to more disparities in healthcare. I ask that you please defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Pryor, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support Representative Shackelford's amendment 100%. And as an African-American woman, nobody can walk in my shoes or the shoes of African-American women and African-American men and minorities that face discrimination simply because of their race. In every single industry, regardless. When it comes to law enforcement, when it comes to shopping, being at the grocery store, being in certain neighborhoods, and in healthcare. It's real. And just because individuals don't want to acknowledge that being real certainly does not mean it doesn't exist. It exists, and it happens to people who are experiencing it every day. And it does not matter, being an African American, how much money you have. It's simply because of your race. Because you know that I'm an African American. I can be 50 feet away, but you can see that. And simply because of a person's race, we shouldn't have discrimination, but it exists. And when we ignore that it exists, we certainly cannot make any corrections to make it right. Healthcare, Black women are dying at a higher rate given pregnancy. Why is that? Representative Shackelford wants to address that. We can hide our head in the sand and say it doesn't exist, but it does. When we had COVID pulled the scalp off the womb, and we saw again disparities in health. I just don't understand the fear in wanting there to be no disparities. I don't get that. We know that they exist. We know that when African Americans say that they are in pain, it's not taken seriously. I can give you incident after incident after incident of African Americans being discriminated for all kinds of reasons. And I will tell you, even as I have gone into some stores, people following me, continually asking me, do I need help? Now, if I've told you I don't need help 5 times, how many more times do I have to tell you I don't need help? Why do you have to follow me around the store? Because you're not following anybody else around, but you're following me. I'm the only Black person in the store. I've told you I don't need help. And that's just shopping. In healthcare, it's a whole different story. It's an entirely different story. You're depending on that person who who you put your trust in to take care of you. But you're not necessarily getting the same level of care. You're paying the same price, maybe even more, but you're not getting the same level of care. This is an excellent amendment, and I'm glad that Representative Shackle brought it up. And we as a body need to take it seriously. If we care about life, we can't just talk about caring for life and not care about the life that is already here. Because people are here. And we come to session time and time again expressing issues, they're ignored. At what point, and why do we consistently have to come to the chamber and say that there is an issue and get that issue ignored simply because of who we are? I think that we can and we should do better. And we cannot continue to wait on healthcare issues. We cannot continue to wait to make sure that African American women who are pregnant are getting the care that they need. We cannot continue to deny those babies to be born and brought into this world.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Pack to speak on the amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen of this assembly, I want to stand and just give you a couple of points of information about implicit bias training. It is for everybody. Whether you're white, black, Hispanic, whatever you are, you have implicit biases. And when we are able to come together and examine those and come to an understanding of exactly what those things are, that's when we can start to work. That's when we can become better when it comes to relationships with people who don't look like us. Implicit means you don't see it. You don't even, most of the time, even know that you have an implicit bias. You're thinking you're A-okay. Well, I'm nice to everybody, and that's fine. But implicit bias training, especially for healthcare professionals, is critical. And we have the opportunity right here today to say to Hoosiers, we want to help the situation. We want to be better. We want our medical professionals to be better. We want to support them in that effort. We want to provide implicit bias training. It only makes you better. It only makes you more aware of who you are and why you have beliefs that you have. It's okay. I remember when we stood and spoke on HB 1134 last year, I remember saying to the body, knowledge is power. If we knew more, we could do more. If we knew more, we could relate to our fellow man in a better manner. I served 12 years, this will be my 13th year, Wayne Township Schools, working on the District Equity Board. And we have done some hard work, and we've done work that wasn't comfortable all the time, but it was so needed. You all, let's stand up. Let's stand up and say to these healthcare professionals, only thing we're trying to do is make you better. 2013, after my hysterectomy, I started having really bad pains, about 7-8 days post-surgery. I had run out of my narcotics. So my daughter, I couldn't even drive, my daughter took me to the emergency room. And you talk about a doctor being sarcastic and coy and not trusting what I'm saying about my own body and telling me to go home and take some Tylenol a week post-op, there's a problem. He needs to learn a little bit more about himself so he can treat patients like me and others fairly and professionally. We've got to take a stand. I support Representative Shackelford's amendment, and I hope that you all can back it up and support it too. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Jackson to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise in support of Representative Shackelford's amendment. As you know, I live in the 1st District. I live in Hammond. And in my district, we have, in the zip code 46324, one of the highest number of maternal mortality cases in the state. The highest, and that is truly not something to be proud of. In my city, we have one hospital. One hospital. That hospital planned to close. So what they decided to do instead of closing was to downsize, to go from 300 plus beds to 10. We don't have public transportation to get to the next city over to get medical attention. I am accessible all the time. I live less than a mile from the hospital, but yet the director of the hospital never picked up the phone and called and said, "We need help." They didn't call to say they didn't need help. They needed help because they didn't need help, because their plan was to close the hospital or to reduce it as much as possible. That's the same hospital that my brother went to that needed help. And they did not provide the necessary help that he needed, and he passed last year. You see, I'm not standing here for sympathy. I'm telling you what is experienced in certain areas. In certain areas, we have what they called a medical desert. And we have that medical desert because physicians choose not to want to work in those areas. Representative Harris, former Representative Mara Candelier, and quite a few of us, we worked to try to get some help for those individuals so that they could go across the state line in order to seek the health care that they need, because they weren't getting it where we live, because the physicians were not coming to the area, and if they did come to the area, all of them weren't doing what they should be doing. I hope you all will support Representative Shackelford in this endeavor. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Summers, speak on the amendment. Commissioner Grant.
First, I want to say to make sure that we support Representative Shackelford's amendment. I want to give you just a little bit of history that I learned recently. We call the father of gynecology J. Marion Scott. You think that, he found all these things. He was a terrific man. He was a terrific doctor. But no, what he was a little monster, because what he did was he took 3 women, African-American slave women, Betsy, Ancy, and I can't remember what the last girl's name was, and opened them up to see what was on the inside, to come up with some of the things that needed to be done with no anesthesia. So gynecology was born in bias. The practice of gynecology was born in bias because it was done on African American slave women with no anesthesia. They needed to learn that it was wrong then, and we need to learn that there are some things in the medical field that the health workers, the doctors, need to know that are not right to do. Period. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Would Representative Shackelford like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Well, someone as myself with 7 years of Medicaid outreach experience and a master of policy analysis, I have sat through numerous university and healthcare presentations that looked at implicit bias and have shown that it has caused disparities in healthcare and that it affects healthcare outcome. This is not only my passion, but it is my knowledge base. And I unapologetically know that implicit bias has infested and affects our healthcare system. This amendment is in its simplest form. As a life and health insurance agent, I am required by the state to get 24 continuing education credit hours in health, in life, over a 2-year period. All I am asking is that these doctors and nurses who work on and work with the minorities, Black women, women of color, that they receive some type of implicit bias training through their continuing education. I am not increasing their number of hours, and it will be up to the medical board to decide what does that look like. So I ask for your support for this amendment.
Roll call has been requested and seconded and will be granted. When the machine is open, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Show Representative McNamara voting no. Show Davison is voting no. Prescott, no. Representative Boyd, yes. Of all the members voted, tally the roll. Roll call shows 32 ayes, 66 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Arrington. House motion.
Amendment 55, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill 1, special session be amended.
For the motion and second, the chair recognizes Representative Arrington to vote on the, to speak on the bill, or the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House. Before Roe v. Wade, Indiana's abortion law was very similar to the one in Texas that Roe v. Wade struck down. Now, after Roe v. Wade, we passed legislation to craft a law that met the requirements of Roe v. Wade. And that's what we have today. My amendment would keep that status quo law that we have. So it would replace the language in SB 1 with the law that we have today. Now, the most important thing about the law now is who gets to decide. Currently, it's been almost 50 years, it's been the woman who is pregnant that makes the decision with whoever she wants to consult, her doctor, her family, her God. It's her decision. SB 1 replaces that ability to decide for yourself with the state, with the government making the decision for you. SB 1 doesn't trust women to make decisions for themselves on this important issue with their own health care. It seems to assume that every woman who has the choice will choose abortion, but that's not the case. We've heard testimony over the last couple of days from women who didn't make that choice. But they wanted to have the choice. I got a call from a woman who told me that her parents forced her to get an abortion. And she's regretted it ever since. But there is a woman who wasn't the state, it was her parents who made the choice for her. And so that's the most important issue that I feel we are looking at today. Every woman's situation is different. Her circumstances are different. And yet SB 1 puts us all in a box as if we were all the same, and we're not. I have no interest in making decisions for other people on something that is personal and private as what to do about an unintended pregnancy. And I know we've voted on the compromise bill and it failed, but I have to make this last-ditch appeal, asking you to please think about it. Would you want someone making decisions for you about your personal health care, something as private as this one? Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Jacob, speak on the amendment. Your author yields. She yields.
Representative Arrington, you talk about choice of the mother. Does the baby have a choice in this matter?
The baby's not in a position to make a choice.
But the baby's a living human being. My question is who advocates for the baby?
The pregnant woman makes the decision.
Would you want somebody making the decision for you if they were going to murder you?
I wouldn't want somebody else making a decision for me.
Would you want to advocate for life for yourself?
I do advocate for life.
Okay. All right. Permission to speak.
Permission to speak.
All right. Again, I've said this over and over. Our Indiana Constitution talks about God, our Creator. Human life begins at conception. Murder is always the willful taking of another innocent human being's life. Therefore, abortion is always murder. Representative Arrington is talking about the choice of the mother. What about the choice of the child? Not just in this instance, but in every instance when we're talking about abortion. Who advocates for the baby? The baby has a right. The baby has a right and has, although they don't have a voice that they can speak from the womb, I believe that everybody in here is glad they're alive. I know that I'm glad that I'm alive. I'm glad that my mother advocated for me and she said, yes, I know that my son would want to live. If you ask every human being in the womb, I'm fairly confident that they're going to say, I want to live. So you know what God, our Creator, says? He says to open your mouth for the rights of the afflicted and needy. Who are the most afflicted and needy in our nation? It is the preborn being murdered in the womb at the rate of over 3,000 children per day. They need somebody to advocate for them. They have a choice in this matter. So I'm asking you to defeat this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Chair sees none. Representative Pryor to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment is about a woman having a choice and government not making the choice for women. We have kids who are already here, and we don't even do a good job taking care of the children who are already here, who are already in our system. Now, I know we got a couple of bills that are coming through that will be, I guess, a drop in the bucket on the services that will be needed when we pass something out of here. But that certainly isn't going to address the great need that we're going to have. Government really isn't the right place for us to be making decisions about a choice that a woman should have. This is an abortion is a medical procedure that a woman should be making in consultation with her doctor. We do not have the expertise to be making this decision for women. And so that is why I support this amendment, and I would hope that you all do as well. I have a problem, quite frankly, with the 20 weeks with government interfering with a woman's right to choose, but I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative Boyd, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I rise in support of this amendment as well. There are a number of women in this room. None of us have the same experience. None of us have the same life. None of us have the same issues in our life. Each one of us has our own choices to make about everything we do in life, but we're trying to take away one of those options. It's just unconscionable. I have to mention, I saw a t-shirt. I'm going to clean this up, but I saw a t-shirt at the county fair in LaPorte on a 19-year-old girl, and it said, if I wanted the government in my uterus, I would blank a senator. I don't say that laughingly because that's what you're doing. You're trying to put yourselves into our uterus, and that is a major problem. Thank you.
For discussion, Representative McNamara on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. This amendment would remove all the language from the bill, and I just ask you not to support it. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested and seconded will be granted for discussion. Chair sees none. Representative Arrington, would you like to close?
I was 30 years old when Roe v. Wade was decided, and I lived in Indiana. There were no abortion clinics in this state at that time, but I can tell you there were abortions. They weren't safe and legal. They were your back alley abortions. Women have been determined to make decisions on their own health care for themselves. And back then, there were a lot of women who were making very desperate decisions. Some of them, if they had the means and the connections, could go somewhere else and get a safe, legal abortion, or at least a safe abortion. What we're set to do today is to send us back into that scenario, because I don't believe that every woman today is going to just say, okay, you've decided, I'll do what you say. Some will, for sure. But others are going to be like those women before, who felt so strongly that their situation needed to be an abortion, that they took that decision and made it for themselves. So I urge you to think again and to vote with me on this amendment. Thank you.
Question, roll call has been requested and seconded will be granted. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. When the machine is open, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Show Representative McNamara voting no. Representative Boyd, Representative Johnson voting aye. Representative Porter, yeah, aye. Representative Prescott, no. Jeter and Pressel, no. Further amendment, all members voted, tie the roll. Roll call shows 26 ayes, 71 noes. The amendment has been defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Pierce. House motion.
Amendment 64, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill 1, special session.
Further motion is second. The chair recognizes Representative Pierce to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This amendment deals only with the exceptions that are in the bill for rape and incest. When the bill came over from the Senate, it had two different sets of weeks in which the survivor of rape or incest could exercise their decision to have an abortion. And they said that if you were, in the original bills that came over, they said if you're 16 years or older, you had 8 weeks to make your decision. If you were less than 16, you had 12 weeks. In committee, as part of a major amendment, it apparently split the difference and just said 10 weeks for everyone. And so while that might be maybe a reasonable political compromise between the House and the Senate, I don't think that it is really based on any kind of scientific analysis, and I think more importantly, it overlooks some kind of fundamental issues. So in the Courts and Criminal Code Committee, over many years, whenever we've had discussions about sex crimes and survivors of those crimes and statutes of limitation and essentially how you can get effective prosecutions on those crimes, the one thing we heard over and over again from the advocates of those survivors is that they're very reluctant to come forward for a variety of reasons, perhaps out of an unfounded sense of shame, perhaps out of a fear of retribution, further retribution from the perpetrator. A whole variety of reasons that cause women not to come forward, at least immediately. And as you know, it's often difficult to get the survivor to trust the criminal justice system enough to actually file charges and have them investigate. So I think that by shrinking down the time for the exceptions to 10 weeks, you're putting a pretty big burden on these survivors of rape and incest, particularly if we're talking about 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds, perhaps in the incest situation. It's going to be hard for them to even know that they were violated, because chances are, in the context of incest, they've probably been kind of groomed and programmed to believe that those activities are just normal things that happen in families. So it may take a while to understand that a crime even occurred. And then within all of that, you've got the issue if a pregnancy occurs of that person even realizing that they're actually pregnant. And now they have another set of decisions to make. So it seems to me that with that kind of background, with that likelihood that it's going to take a while for the survivors to fully understand everything that's happened to them, to come forward, and then perhaps want to exercise this option, particularly when you're talking about 10-year-olds, which we had a real case of. I just think that it would be better to kind of unify this bill and do 20 weeks on rape and incest. And I'm not approaching that from some ideological or philosophical viewpoint, because I do have those, but I'm really just trying to be practical here. And the body has obviously decided and affirmed today that we're going to have these exceptions in the code. And I'm just trying to make sure that they're exceptions that can actually get used by the survivors of these horrible crimes. So I'd appreciate your support of the amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative King to speak on the amendment.
Representative Pierce, I appreciate your concern. However, I believe we have this bill in a good place. I think that we've taken a lot of time to come up with the weeks, and I think the weeks that we have come up with is a good place to land. You know, it's important that we protect life and do that in the best way that we can, and I feel like this bill is in a good place. I ask you to defeat this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Jacob speak on the amendment. The author yield. He yields.
Representative Pierce, you're aware that Indiana statute says that human life begins at conception, correct?
Well, that's obviously a political decision made by the people who voted the laws, and it doesn't make it scientifically true.
That's not
but it is in the statute.
But my question is you are aware, okay, so you are aware that it is in the statute?
Yeah, I won't contest
All
that.
right,
Yeah.
so according to the statute, abortion, according to the statute, always takes the life of a living human being.
Well, I don't think because you put it in a statute, that makes that a scientific truth or a belief of everyone in the state.
I'm just saying, but according to the statute, it takes the life of a living human being.
Well, I don't know if stating that it begins at conception necessarily means that, but obviously in this bill, the legislature is making a different policy decision by allowing for these exceptions.
What is abortion?
What is abortion? It's terminating pregnancy.
Terminating a pregnancy of?
Well, woman's pregnant, an abortion terminates the pregnancy.
And that pregnancy, what's embodied in her pregnancy?
Yeah, see, now we get to really interesting philosophical, ideological, and religious question upon which the citizens of our state have many different views. So some, like you, firmly believe, and I can tell based on a very sincerely held religious belief, that life begins at conception, and therefore there should never be abortion under any circumstance. In our committee, we had testimony from faith leaders from other religions that said they have a different ideology or different religious tenets about when life begins. And they also had different tenets and beliefs about when or how you balance the life and health of the mother against the potential life that's within the pregnant person.
Did you swear an oath when you became a state representative?
I did.
And did you swear to uphold that oath?
Well, uphold the Constitution and faithfully execute the laws, yes.
And that same Constitution talks about God our Creator?
Yeah, I think that's in there.
Do you believe what the Constitution says?
Well, yeah, but if you're getting to like the God and the Creator running the show, now we ask our 6.5 million, 7 million, whatever up to citizens of the state, who is their God? Who is their Creator? Again, you're going to get a variety of answers to that.
That's not really the essence of my question. What I'm saying is that you've admitted that you would agree with, at least that the Indiana Constitution acknowledges God our Creator, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when does creation exist?
Well, again, this is
when does let me clarify.
Okay.
When does creation occur?
That is a very deep philosophical, moral, and religious question, which quite honestly, I'm not in a position to answer. You can line up theologians, philosophers, people from great learned institutions, and people off the street and ask them, and you will get a variety of different answers. And for some people, they'll feel that a lot of those answers don't work, that they're not it. But the problem is that each person, based on their faith, their own moral convictions, they have very different sense of when life begins and how you deal with situations where you have the life and health of the mother or the personal autonomy of the mother, how you balance that against the potential for life. So now, I know right there when I use that, I probably offend you because you're saying it's not a potential for life, it is life. And I respect your belief. And I know that it's based on very sincere religiously held beliefs. but we have citizens with different religious beliefs. That's why I think we can't have the government imposing a one-size-fits-all determination on all the people of the state, because they have very different, often conflicting religious, moral, and philosophical values.
So does creation, would a 38-week old baby in the womb, would that be a point that the baby would be constitute being created in your mind, according to God our Creator in the Constitution?
Well, now at that point, I think you could begin to make some policy decisions, and those are also very difficult because you have such a variety of circumstances. But I think that, as much maligned as the Roe v. Wade decision was, what it was essentially saying is like, okay, in the earliest point of the pregnancy, when many people will dispute, whether life has begun, we're going to provide greater leeway and rights to the woman to decide for themselves. And as the pregnancy progresses and you get closer and closer to what would be a natural childbirth, the state can begin to restrict those decisions. Because now you have something that's viable outside the womb. And again, that's complicated. You discuss exactly when that happens and how it should be applied. But you have a continuum there. And what the bill is attempting to do is, other than some exceptions, and even limiting those, it's essentially saying we as the government are going to decide for all these women. This is the decision, perhaps made on our own religious beliefs, but not necessarily consistent with the beliefs of the majority of the citizens out there.
So are you saying that viability is a factor that factors into the issue of whether one's created or not?
Well, Roe v. Wade said
That's
viability.
Why I'm hearing you.
Yeah, Roe v. Wade said viability mattered, but that that's on the scrap heap now.
I'm not asking about Roe v. Wade. I'm asking Representative Pierce what he believes on this matter.
I think it's a very difficult issue. And I think the further along you get in the pregnancy, the more difficult the questions become. And I'm willing to admit that. What I'm not willing to admit is that I, sitting here, can create this blanket ban with a few narrow exceptions and believe that that is best for the women and that the women should lose that decision, that the government should oppose it upon them.
Okay, I'll fast forward.
Okay.
I'll try to wrap this up. The moment that a baby comes out of the birth canal, would you say that baby would fit the bill of being created?
Yeah, well, it's born, and I think there's unanimous understanding that once the live fetus comes out of the womb, that life begins there. Certainly, I don't think there are many
You would
people.
you would absolutely affirm that.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about if the baby's halfway out of the vet?
Representative Jacob, this is actually, I won't lie to you, it's been an interesting discussion. The amendment is around the rape and incest exception at 20 weeks. I lost a little focus.
But what it is dealing with the issue of abortion. And I think that I do not see how we can divorce the issue of abortion when we're talking about human life from God our Creator.
No, Representative Jacob, I'm just suggesting that you talk about the amendment is to take, if I understand the amendment correctly, from 10 weeks to 20 weeks on the time of the exception. Frankly, this conversation has been interesting. I just need the questions to be in relationship to that change in the amendment.
Okay, permission to speak?
Sure.
Okay. I wasn't trying to create interesting conversation personally, so again, human life, it begins at conception. And because human life begins at conception, we are all created in the image of God. We all deserve protection. We all deserve the same protections. The preborn deserve the same protection that the born enjoy. You do not punish somebody else for somebody else's crime. If individual A commits murder, you don't punish person B. If person A commits rape, you don't punish person B. And keeping a rape and incest exception in the bill is punishing the baby for the crime of the father. That's evil. I ask you to defeat this amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Leader Giaquina to speak on the amendment. Author yield. The author yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pierce?
Yes.
If you could you tell me a little bit about the testimony that took place the other day with regards specifically to this issue and the issue of sort of that 20, between 10 and 20 weeks. What testimony did you hear from doctors, social workers, things like that with regards to kind of that issue of between 10 and 20 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know if I recall specific testimony on that part of the amendment that took this section of the exceptions, which I think it started out as maybe 20 over there, then it was like 12 and 8, so this unified it at 10. I don't know if we had any discussion on scientifically what the difference was there, but we did get testimony from some advocates involved in assisting survivors of rape and incest. And one thing they did make clear is that there is this delay, there is this reluctance to come forward, and therefore they thought more time was better than less for the survivor to come to grips with what had happened to them, perhaps find out for the first time that they're pregnant, and then having to kind of cope with and seek advice and assistance as to what they do about that unwanted pregnancy.
So if you could talk a little bit more about that, because I think we talked about that earlier today with regards to having more time.
Yeah, so just again, particularly if we're talking about incest in younger kids, that can really take a long time. I mean, we have statutes that let you until the age of 31 come forward, because it may take you so long to come to terms with that. And as I said, in the incest context, I'm not even sure if the victim that survived that will actually understand that what happened to them was a violation. It may take a while for them to fully understand that. So all of that suggests that more time would be better than less time if you're going to have a meaningful exception for rape and incest.
And finally, you're a student of political polls and things like that. What surveys have you seen, your knowledge as far as where the public is on 20 weeks in this rape and incest versus 10 or 9 or wherever?
Well, I don't remember the exact poll numbers, but I've read that there's a pretty strong support in our state for these exceptions in this particular circumstance.
Permission to speak, please.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just thank you, Representative Pierce, for bringing this amendment forward. Certainly support it. I think you've really laid out the reasons why it's necessary. 10 weeks really isn't, frankly, it's not enough time. I think we have 20 weeks in the Senate Bill 1 anyway for other exceptions there as well. So I would encourage you to support this amendment. It makes sense, and I appreciate you bringing it forward, Representative Pierce.
Roll call has been requested and seconded. Further discussion? Representative Shackelford, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. I just wanted to take us back to the testimony of one of the doctors that spoke during the hearing. That was Dr. Tracy Wilkinson. And she went through the process of what it would look like for a young person who has been raped to go through the process and report a rape and to go to her parents. She talked about that first, the minor is less likely to realize that she was pregnant for at least a couple of months. Then she talked about she then has to tell her parent and law enforcement. They have to go to the hospital, fill out a consent form by the parent, and then they have to wait 18 hours and come back to talk about the abortion. She said all this cannot be done in 10 weeks. We are looking at pushing it really close to trying to get all this done in 10 weeks when you have a minor who has been raped. She said the vast majority will be past 10 weeks. And also she made an excellent point, because when you are talking about someone that has been raped and you're past that 10 weeks and we force them to have the baby, she said now the violator would be given access to the child and to the victim after that birth. I rise and I want you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Shackelford. Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Boyd to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I rise in support of this as well. When I was 10 years old, I didn't even know where babies came from. My mother kept us really sheltered. But if I was 10 years old and I was raped, and I had to go through a court and finding an attorney and having letters go back and forth, that would take an awful long time if I even realized what went on and if I found out I was pregnant and I didn't know what that was. I saw my mother be pregnant a lot because there's 8 of us, but I didn't know where they came from. Other than her stomach, we knew that. If you've got a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old that's raped or has been a victim of incest, they've got no one to stand for them unless their parents or their guardian are with them. If they have not got that support, or if they've been a victim of incest and they can't trust their parents to come forward, they really have a really rough time with this, and 10 weeks is definitely not long enough to go through all this. Thank you.
For discussion on the amendment, Representative Bauer speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I support this amendment. I support victims of rape and incest. Government's role is to ensure that we are providing quality health care to the residents in our state, especially the vulnerable. Survivors of rape and incest have already had something very important taken from them. This legislature should not also take away her decision-making power. Forcing a victim of rape to carry her abuser's child is not freedom. 20 weeks gives her time to make that decision, more dignity. We have come a long way as women and all survivors of abuse, and this amendment secures her rights as they stand today. Please don't roll back those rights. I support this amendment and ask you to as well.
Further discussion. Roll call has been requested. We grant further discussion. Chair sees none. Representative Pierce would like to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in the House. So again, this amendment only would apply to the rape and incest exception, taking the time that the survivor could take advantage of the exception from 10 weeks to 20 weeks. And I know on the larger issue of abortion, we have lots of opinions here and they're strongly held. What I'm trying to do is just make a very practical decision about how long the opportunity should exist for the exemptions to actually be exercised, because I think 10 weeks might be a little bit too short, and then maybe, as the lawyers say, the exception becomes illusory, meaning it's kind of like an illusion. It seems to be there, but it's really not, because it's going to be hard for many to exercise that option within the 10 weeks. And I would just close in saying this is, in discussing this with different people over the last couple days, some said that they are of the opinion that if you don't have to rush the survivor into a decision about whether to have abortion, they've got a few more weeks in there to kind of really contemplate what they want to do, that as the pregnancy progresses, it's probably maybe more likely that they would conclude, I need to continue the pregnancy, or I want to continue the pregnancy. So I think that just because you extend from 10 to 20 weeks doesn't necessarily mean that automatically means more abortions, because I think that probably the longer the pregnancy continues, perhaps the more likely the woman is going to decide, I just want to continue on. So I would urge you to support the amendment.
Roll call is requested in a second. It will be granted when the machine is open. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Show Representative McNamara voting no. Show Representative Teschka voting no. Show the chair voting no. Representative Boyd voting aye. Host Stetler no. Representative Pack. While the members voted, tally the roll. Roll call shows 38 ayes, 62 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Boyd, House motion. House motion.
Amendment 42, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1, special session be amended.
Heard the amendment in the second. The chair recognizes Representative Boyd for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. This is a little bit less emotional amendment. This comes from the Indiana Hospital Association, and they have some requests. First, for sections 1 through 36 and 39 through 52, which revolve around training people in the hospital, they would ask for a delay until November 1st, which sounds not unreasonable because there's going to be a lot of training on that. And the other one is in the section where they are declaring the level 5 felony or class A misdemeanors for doctors. If a physician does not commit an offense under subsection A or B, if the physician performs an abortion in good faith adherence to regulatory standards and requirements applying to the physician's medical practice, and the Medical Licensing Board of Indiana, created by 2 IC 25-22.5-2, determines that the abortion was necessary to prevent a substantial permanent impairment of the life or physical health of the pregnant woman. And I ask for your support.
Roll call has been requested and seconded and will be granted. Further discussion? Chair sees none. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? All those in favor, when the machine is open, vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. Representative McNamara votes no. Representative Lehman votes no. Representative Boyd votes aye. That's just, while the members voted, tally the roll. Roll call shows 33 ayes, 54 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Pryor, House motion.
Amendment 46, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1, special session be amended.
Heard the motion in the second. The chair recognizes Representative Pryor for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is amendment number 46. This amendment would change somewhat the composition of the task force that is in the bill. Currently, there are 4 members that can be appointed by the leadership in the caucuses. That is 3 appointments for the majority caucuses, the Senate and the House, and 1 appointment for the minority leaders in the Senate and the House. What this amendment does, it takes it to 2 and 2. Traditionally, for our task force, quite frankly, since I've been here since 2008, the majority of our task force commissions, committees, with the exception of the committees that we have in the legislature, they have always been an equal divide. And I'm seeing more and more that is not the case in a lot of these task force that we have. So what this is saying is giving parity to the minority caucuses as well as the majority caucuses. And I would ask for your support of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Further discussion on the amendment? Representative McNamara, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I appreciate you wanting to balance things, but we wanted to make sure that we had an odd number of folks so that we could have, just in case there was some sort of disagreement. I appreciate if you would not support this amendment.
For discussion, we'd like to close, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I did think about maybe adding a couple of more members, but this doesn't change the number of people on the committee. It just says that each caucus leader has 2 appointments each. And again, having served in this body since 2008, it's been traditionally, we've had an equal number for Democrats, Republican, House, and the Senate. To me, that shows the bipartisan nature of what this body is all about. And it seems like we're increasingly getting away from that bipartisan nature. I think that I had come to enjoy and love, and that's why I think it's so important for us to get back to that bipartisan nature of how we are making these appointments and giving them to our leaders. It adds, I think, to the testament of the fact that we want to make sure that we're getting the best ideas from as diverse group of people as possible. I ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested and seconded. When the machine is open, all those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Show Representative McNamara as a no. If all the members voted, tally the roll. Roll call shows 30 ayes, 65 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Pierce. House motion.
Amendment 51, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 1 special session be amended to read as...
Heard the motion and second. Chair recognizes Representative Pierce speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment I kind of call a due process of law kind of amendment, which lawyers always love. So this would create a pregnancy termination review subcommittee whose job would be to be the initial entity to take a look at complaints about or allegations made against a provider that they violated the abortion statutes which are included in this bill. And so here's my concern. So the way the process works is any person in the universe can file a complaint with the Consumer Division of the Attorney General's office, and then currently the Attorney General's supposed to investigate those complaints. And I believe what we saw recently in a fairly publicized case, some allegations were made by our current Attorney General that actually weren't accurate, which is the kindest way I can put it. And this caused, because there was national publicity surrounding this, my understanding is it caused people from other states who had no firsthand knowledge really of what was happening here to file complaints with the Attorney General saying, hey, I was watching Fox News or whatever, I heard about this doctor, it sounds horrible, I complain they violated your laws. Now, if you had kind of an impartial person at that point, they would look at those complaints and they would decide, are these frivolous complaints or do they have some merit that justifies further investigation? But I think sadly, you can't really count on that in this current thing because our Attorney General, despite being pointed out by many that his facts were not really straight on some of his claims, he's kind of doubled down. And so my concern is that anytime a complaint comes in, even if it's frivolous, it's going to become fodder for the Attorney General to show that perhaps he's tougher on people who perform abortions than anyone else. So that's my first concern. So what this would do is it would change the process so that when a complaint comes in to the Consumer Division, the AG's office would refer that over to a subcommittee of the Maternal and Child Health Committee, I think it's called, which is an existing committee. Because I had another amendment that I was going to offer in committee, and we had a little bit of discussion about it, and I got the sense that people were interested in the concept, but maybe not really excited about creating a whole new entity out there. And so what I'm told is that on this Maternal Health Committee, we already have some doctors on there who are experts in this area. So it essentially would tell the commissioner of the Department of Health, create a subcommittee from amongst the larger committee, and one of them would have to be a doctor that has some expertise in this pregnancy care. And then 2 other doctors would add to that. And what that subcommittee would do is when the complaints come over, they would kind of like be initial screeners. And they would take a look at the complaint, and if they felt that it was frivolous, that would be the end of it. If they looked at it and they said, yeah, there's something here, then they would return it back over to the Attorney General, and he would pick up with his own discretion as to whether he would want to investigate. And I suppose if he found that he felt a violation occurred, then he could go through that prosecution process in front of the Medical Licensing Board, which will decide. Now, to me, this intermediate step is kind of critical for a couple reasons. One, in the bill, we're making it essentially mandatory that if a violation is found, the provider will lose their license. It says the license shall be revoked. Currently, the Medical Review Board could say, okay, a violation occurred here, but something less than the career death penalty of revoking a license is necessary. Maybe you suspend it for a number of months, maybe you kind of reprimand the person. There's like a range of kind of sanctions that could be applied. We're saying that if there's a violation, no discretion, revoke the license. So now here's where it gets even trickier, right? Because not only do I have a concern about whether we really have kind of objective, fair players in the process, but the kind of complaints that would likely come in under this bill are probably at the exceptions. They're probably going to say that person did an abortion procedure claiming that there was a lethal fetal anomaly, or whatever the term is we're using, and in fact, it wasn't lethal, and therefore it violated the statute. It's going to be a lot of potential second guessing the healthcare decisions of the provider. So by having this review committee in between of doctors who know about the kind of decisions and the care that has to be made, you have people with real expertise. They can look at it and say, no, that really wasn't lethal. That wasn't, somebody's kind of way out of the standard of care here, the continuum of care. As opposed to having people that don't understand all those very intricate scientific medical decisions in pregnancy complications. So I apologize for that really long explanation, but I needed to kind of get through it. So essentially, voting for this amendment would create an expert panel to essentially filter out or look through the complaints and make sure only complaints with merit or potential violations would move forward. Appreciate your support of the amendment.
Further discussion of the amendment. Representative Young, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I do appreciate this amendment. This was also offered in courts and criminal code hearing. And I actually had an opportunity to talk to the professional licensing agency yesterday. And my understanding, and this does not just apply to medical licenses, but all licenses in the state, the AG does have the prosecutorial authority in doing that litigation. And they also set up the process and procedure for how these things can be done. So I appreciate that, and I can understand concern for an AG that they would file harassing or annoying complaints against doctors, that these doctors would be publicly disclosed as well. The current statute states that complaints can be made by any person. So they could be somebody sitting in Arizona, California. It doesn't have to be a resident of this state, and the AG does do that vetting process. My concern, however, is This is one approach, but obviously the legislature can prescribe in what manner the AG will process these complaints, or we can set up a separate board, but I don't want to be redundant. And my fear would be is if we have the screening board and we're doing this by a preponderance of the evidence, that if the screening board says, well, we feel there's enough information to believe a violation occurred, I'm just not certain what would be left for the medical licensing board to do at that point. So I think it just needs a little bit more time to have this worked out properly, but I do think it is something that should be pursued to make sure that there is not abuse, by any office going after doctors. But at this point, I'd appreciate if you would not support this amendment. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested and seconded. Will be granted. Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Representative Pierce, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Spiegelage in the House. I wish I didn't have to offer this amendment and suggest an extra step. I get that this is a body that likes, kind of less bureaucracy rather than more. But I think, unfortunately, we have a real demonstrated sense that our current Attorney General is not objective when it comes to cases related to this issue. And when you have someone who just kind of doubles down even after it's pointed out that their facts are not correct, you have to wonder what's going to happen as you continue to have complaints coming in from all over the country against doctors just because perhaps they got mentioned somewhere in the media. And you have to remember that the doctor is going to have to suffer through all these allegations and perhaps getting smeared in the process, that they're basically a lawbreaker. And so I think that if this bill becomes law without some kind of fail-safe here, we're going to unfortunately end up with something a little bit like the old Joseph McCarthy days, where he always had the list of the commies in the State Department, but he could never quite get around to actually naming the names. And I'm really concerned that we might have a situation in this context. So I would urge you to support the amendment.
Roll call has been requested and seconded. Will be granted. The machine is open. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. For discussion, sorry. If all the members voted, tally the roll. Roll call says 33 ayes, 64 noes. The amendment has been defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative McNamara. House motion.
Amendment 11. Mr. Speaker, I move that under Senate Bill 1 special session be...
Heard the motion in a second. Representative McNamara is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. This amendment will move the effective date to September 15th of 2022. I would appreciate your support.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Are there further amendments? Chair sees none. Bills ordered to engrossment. Dr. Brown. Chair hands down on second reading. Senate Bill 2, special session.
Senate Bill 2, special session, a bill for an act to amend the Indiana Code concerning state office.
Bill is ready for amendment, recommitment, or engrossment. Chair recognizes Dr. Brown. House motion.
Amendment 37, Mr. Speaker, I move that under Senate Bill 2, special session be amended to read as follows. Page.
For the motion in a second, Chair recognizes Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. This amendment adds together House Bill 1001 and Senate Bill 3 in a combination slightly. What it does is it makes the automatic taxpayer refund happen. It also adds that people can file for taxes in 2023, even if they didn't pay taxes, and they will get a credit back for that. The amount has been reduced to $200 per person, per taxpayer in the state of Indiana, because LSA estimates it'll be between 300 to 900,000 extra people that could collect the automatic taxpayer refund. So this will still be over $1 billion back to our citizens. $1 billion back to our citizens. This amendment also says that in June 30th of 2023, there's projected to be around a $5 billion reserve, and the first $1 billion of that reserve will go to the Pension Stabilization Fund. It also takes language from Senate Bill 2 that has the Hoosier Family First outline of services that the Senate put in, and there's $45 million to the Hoosier Family First. It caps the gasoline use tax at 29.5 cents or lower. If the price goes lower and the gasoline use tax goes down, it will be lower. It takes the adoption tax credit and raises it to 20% and $2,500 and makes it fully refundable to those individuals that have an adoption happen that year. So also language that we did put in the House that dealt with advertising at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles was taken out in this amendment. It also then contains all the language of 1001 in it that relates to support services for family first, nurse family practitioners, and for real alternatives and adoption services going forward. So I would appreciate your support on amendment number 37.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Further discussion. Representative Mosley? No. Representative Porter, speak on the amendment. Will the author yield? He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Just a couple of questions in regards to your amendment number 37. Now, you said that we're going to put another $1 billion into the teacher retirement fund?
Into the Pension Stabilization Fund.
Pension for is that pre-96?
Yes.
And how in the last year or so have we already put? How much money have we put in there in the last since January this year?
The budget that we passed in 2021 said that we'll put $2.5 billion in.
Okay, so we're going to add another $1 billion to that.
Yes.
Okay. The point in your amendment, you have 0.295 per gallon through July 1st of 2023, and that's if gas goes up above $5 a gallon. Is that what that?
The gas use tax will be capped.
Okay, but will we ever get to that cap per se? Will we ever go over that cap? Because right now gas is going down.
I don't know.
Okay. So you also, Mr. Speaker, you also talked about 300. You talked about more people that will be able to file for taxes for the automatic tax return, right? And you're saying we're going to look at 300 to 900, or 3,000 and how many people?
300,000 to 900,000 is estimated by LSA of people who didn't file a tax return who will have the ability to file a tax return and get a credit of $200.
A credit. So you lowered it from $225 to $200.
Yes, but it still gives over $1 billion to the citizens.
Okay. So we're talking about a whole $1 billion, but we're already talking about $1 billion that was going back to the citizens at $225. So what you did, so basically what you did, you lowered it to give more people money, but we're bringing in $145 million more a month over projections. So by that time, we'll be back at $1 billion because of projections that we're bringing in right now as revenues.
That's okay.
Permission to speak.
You're recognized to speak on the bill, the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, House. Here we are again, needlessly putting in about $1 billion into the pre-96 teacher retirement fund. And let me, remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have done this, and you heard Dr. Brown say that on a couple of occasions. And so, but we will not lose a teacher retirement fund payment. So here we go again, take another $1 billion off the table and use it to address state versus addressing the state's needs on like health disparities, low teacher pay, and other issues that we have within our state. So again, we're taking money off the table so we don't have to address the human infrastructure within our state. It's just because we can as a body. The $545 million we just did for tax that we just took off the table for the teacher retirement fund and automatic tax refund. Remember, we took $545 million and another $545 million, I'll say 3 months ago. So we continue to take money off the table so we don't give money back. So we're going to lower the money to give for the automatic tax refund for $200 down to $225, in which we could have just kept it at $225, which made a significant impact for people along with the other individuals that may qualify for the $225. But we took it off and to park it away in the teacher retirement fund. Additionally, the $2.5 billion is taken out of the surplus that was sent to the teacher retirement fund again in last year. Also, I think if we look at it again, if you look at it closely, I think there may be a line or something, a provision there that says that that the automatic tax refund will be deleted, and that would never happen again. So here we are again, parking away money, not taking care of the human infrastructure, and just I think just not meeting the needs of Hoosiers in the state of Indiana. Again, this amendment again cuts the automatic tax refund and provide needlessly money for this that's really not needed for the teacher retirement fund. I would not support this amendment in number 37 by Dr. Brown. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Further discussion? Representative Delaney. Will the author yield? He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe it's late in the day and I'm hopeful. Can I safely assume that this amendment is part of a deal with the Senate so we stop playing pickleball with them about our fiscal bills?
I believe so. The Senate was able to come to us and give up on the sales tax on utilities for 6 months.
Okay, they sacrificed that. All right. So I want to understand a lot of this. So it says here, if the year is calendar year 2023, then we will transfer the first $1 billion of excess reserves to the pre-96 fund. Is that right?
Correct.
I presume that means we have to have at least $1 billion in the kitty. How much do we have to have in the kitty before we dare do that?
Well, I think we have to have reserves that are above the 12% range, which I think anticipated most people who've done the calculations. As Representative Porter pointed out, our revenue has been outpacing our estimates, and so our excess reserve should be stable.
Yeah, we have a structural surplus. This is clear. Now, but if I understand you, we would have to have about $2.5 billion to have that 12%, something in that range.
Yes.
So then we need another billion beyond that. So we'd have to have $3.5 billion. Okay. At the end of that section, on page 2, line 5, it says if the year is calendar year 2023, after we transfer the first $1 billion to this fund, the remaining excess reserves shall be used for the automatic taxpayer refund. Does that mean we'll give back everything we have in reserves above the $2.5 billion and the $1 billion for the retirement fund? Because that's how I read that.
No, it'll be the present law of the automatic taxpayer refund will go into effect if there are reserves enough to make that happen.
I find it interesting you're cutting the amount from 225 to 200. Is that because inflation's under control? Is that what's going on?
No, what it is it has to be that we're potentially giving money to more people.
Okay, so in order to give money to the people who are on Social Security, we're going to reduce the amount of money being given to those who are not on Social Security.
Again, to keep the amount around $1 billion.
But we're working backwards. We're saying we're going to give $1 billion, and if we're compelled to give to people who have low income and are on Social Security, we'll cut the amount for the other people. Is that right? That's the math, isn't it?
This amount has been reduced.
Yeah, all right. So you're going to lower the amount going back to the people who actually pay state taxes. Okay, I got that. Now, I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do this for this extra 300 to 900,000 people, okay, that our Department of Revenue, which has yet to give out the $125 to everybody, how are they going to do this? As I read this, the people who don't pay tax but get Social Security and would get money now, this extra 300 to 900,000 people, will have till January of 2024 to file a return and try to get that money?
They'll have to file a return, and if they think they're due the credit, they'll get a tax credit of $200.
And the return they file will be for the current calendar year, 2022.
Yes.
So they can't even apply until they file that return in January of next year, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they're not going to get anything this year. Okay. All right. Then the part I really like, since we're for limited government, says the department can, as to these people who did not file, top page 3, may also prescribe any other tax forms and require a taxpayer to provide any other information the department deems necessary to verify a taxpayer's eligibility for this $200. Is that what we're doing here?
Again, to investigate fraud, they may ask for further information.
Are they going to find out whether the person should have filed a return in the first place?
I have no idea. Again, they're looking for instances of fraud.
Okay. Now we're going on to the 6 or 7 items. Apparently, we're adopting the Senate proposal, which had a list of 6 or 7 items that money might be spent on. I think the amount was $45 million, okay? The budget agency decides where this money goes, right? Not the Indiana General Assembly, but the budget agency. Is that right?
The budget agency makes recommendations, and the budget committee will review where the money goes.
My math is right. There are 4 legislators on that committee. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a membership of 5.
Yeah, I'm aware. All right, now, this very day, much to my amazement, the governor, he's found something to do, apparently. He had Senator Kenley in to tell him about the fact that we have lousy public health, which we knew. And this very day, Luke Kenley says we need about $250 million a year to fix our public health situation. And that doesn't make this list, does it?
It's not one of the items,
Yeah,
no.
we'll worry about that next year. Okay, all right. Trying to follow that. Would you agree with me that we're in the process here of negotiating with our taxpayers as to how much we'll give them back? Isn't that what we're doing?
I don't think so. We came in with the premise that we were going to give the citizens money back.
But we just cut the amount. You play poker?
We were here to give $1 billion. That's what the
That's it. So we're here to give $1 billion. Oh, we weren't here to give $225 to our citizens. We were here to give $1 billion to some group. Okay. But do you play poker?
No.
Well, if you do, don't ever try to take any chips back off once you put them down. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill. Roll call's been requested will be granted. The author would like to close.
I think Representative Delaney did bring up the portion that Representative Porter talked about, the reserves that are coming up at the end of this budget in 23 will be enough to cover $1 billion to the Pension Stabilization Fund, and will also generate a taxpayer refund next year in 23 also going forward. So look forward to that. More money going back to citizens to use how they desire. Appreciate your support.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. When the machine is open, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Millian is voting yes. Representative Devon voting yes. Representative King voting yes. And Representative Davidson voting yes. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 67 voting aye, 28 voting no. The amendment is adopted. House motion. The further amendments, Representative Vermillion. House motion.
Amendment 3, Mr. Speaker, I move that under Senate Bill 2, special session be amended.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Vermillion, you're recognized to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Amendment 3 will show women that we are listening. We heard testimony after testimony in both chambers in the House and Senate that if affordable, accessible birth control was offered in Indiana, that abortions and unwanted pregnancies could have been mitigated. We must be proactive and committed to this mission. So to that, Amendment 3 will allow the Indiana Department of Health to evaluate how each and every county can provide free to low-cost birth control and women's health education. And as many of us believe that the strongest avenue to reduce unwanted pregnancies is through access to affordable and accessible birth control, education, and support. I would ask for your support on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Appreciate Representative Vermillion's work on this and her passion and heartfelt support behind it, and I also support this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The amendment is adopted. Further amendments? Representative Mosley. House motion.
Amendment 33, Mr. Speaker, I move.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Mosley, you're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Amendment 33. It basically provides that a member of a public employee's retirement fund who retired or was disabled before January 1, 2022 shall be increased by the amount determined under Step 2 of the following formula. Step 1, determine the pension portion plus post-retirement increases to the pension provided by employer contributions of the monthly benefit payable to the member as of January 1, 2022. Step 2, multiply the Step 1 amount by 5%. This increases the specified amount in this section. So basically what this is it's an increase in the pension benefit for perf and turf employees to a maximum of 5% for a cost of living allowance. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Brown, speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate Representative Mosley's issue and passion on this. I would not like to incorporate it, a relationship or a decision about the cost of living is done within the total budget and the spending priorities that you have and all the money and outline that you have in a budget. So this goes more in a total budget than in this bill right now. So I would urge you to defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Further discussion on the amendment? Would you like to close? Representative Mosley.
Thank you. Just briefly.
Roll call's been requested. Seconder will be granted.
Just briefly before I close, we have a situation where, number one, we have a shortage. I believe the last number I heard was 2,300 teachers in the state of Indiana. The last time I looked, about a month ago or so, the average income of teachers in the state of Indiana are the lowest of every surrounding state around Indiana. So if we want to recruit the best and the brightest, how do we do that if we're the lowest average pay? I'm suggesting maybe we can accomplish that on the back end of their employment. And that would be an incentive to not only recruit teachers, but also to retain teachers. Because as we all know, it's no secret, turnover is terrible right now in the education field. That was my purpose of the amendment to this bill. I hope you'll support the amendment and improve education in the state of Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mosley. The question is on the adoption amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Brown is no. Representative Mosley is yes. Representative Slager is a no. Representative Davis is no. Representative King is a no. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 30 voting aye, 59 voting no. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Slager, House motion.
Amendment 2, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill 2, special session.
We have a motion. I have a second. Representative Slager, you're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is amendment number 2, and it's somewhat just a technical amendment. We noticed that there was language by the Senate that was added for a study of comparative rates as it relates to Medicaid and certain services. And one of the things I've learned in dealing in this area is that rate by itself really is not meaningful. In other words, if you were to say, how does our Medicaid rate compare to other states and various services, they'd probably be fairly comparable. It's the add-ons and multipliers that each state does differently that really affects what the reimbursement is. So all this amendment does is expand the language a little so we get what we're looking for when it comes to this study. I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Representative Slager. Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Andrade to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I strongly support this amendment that Representative Slager brought before us, and I kindly ask you for your support as well.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by voting aye. Those opposed, amendment is adopted. Further amendments? Representative Fleming, House motion.
Amendment 10, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse bill.
I have a motion and a second. Representative Fleming. Dr. Fleming, you're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment
Amendment number 10 expands on the contraceptive language in Senate Bill number 2. Senate Bill number 2 discusses long-acting reversible contraception. It addresses natural family planning. This amendment furthers that discussion to include pills and patches, self-administered contraception that will help the women in Indiana. The bill provides that pharmacists can prescribe and dispense birth control pills and birth control patches. There is a pharmacy within 5 miles of 90% of the people in this country. There is not a provider for birth control pills within hours of some women. This allows greater access to safe contraception. A woman goes to a pharmacy, she fills out a health form, her blood pressure is taken. She is counseled about the appropriate types of birth control for her situation. A pharmacist has more training in contraception than so many other people who can prescribe. A doctor specializing in orthopedic surgery can prescribe birth control pills. A wound care nurse practitioner can prescribe birth control pills. But yet pharmacists with this amendment would have extended training, and they are being provided that right now to be able to provide this. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some facts. Half of the pregnancies in the state of Indiana are unintended. Most abortions are sought for unintended pregnancies. If you have more birth control, you have fewer unintended pregnancies, you have fewer abortions. Ladies and gentlemen, the states that have passed this include Tennessee, Arkansas, South Carolina, North Carolina. And the states that passed this the earliest are seeing a significant decrease in abortions. All of the discussion we've had today, this makes the most sense. I appreciate your support.
Roll call's been requested to be granted. Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Further discussion, Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Fleming. I think it's very appropriate to look at this long term and to think about what role the pharmacists have in the healthcare world. However, I think it needs to go before Health Committee and the licensing issue and be discussed and not go in this bill. There isn't a tenure of all 150 members of the General Assembly to move this forward at this time, so I would not like to accept it at this time.
Well, hold on one second. For discussion on the bill, Representative Davison, did you want to speak on the bill? Representative Davison, speak on the bill.
Well, thank you, Representative Fleming, for providing this bill. I rise in support of this amendment. Pharmacists are well-trained, well-versed. This is part of the academic curriculum in all pharmacy schools. 24 states are currently enacting legislation very similar to this, and I think it's a reasonable and measurable approach at reducing the number of unwanted pregnancies in Indiana, and I ask for your support.
Thank you, Representative Davison. For discussion, Representative Arrington, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, and thank you, Dr. Fleming, for offering this very important amendment on an issue that has the potential to really decrease the number of unintended pregnancies in this state. I think that women will be jumping to get this kind of service. And to be able to go to their pharmacy, I can remember a time, it was during the blizzard at, in whatever year that was, Planned Parenthood Yeah, 78. The Planned Parenthood in Muncie closed just like every other business. But the executive director discovered a few days later when they opened up that a couple had come to get birth control because they had run out of their prescription. And so I think people want to do the responsible thing, and this will help them do it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
For discussion on the amendment, Dr. Barrett, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, boy, I tell you, this is not a new idea. As chair of Health Committee, I've talked with Dr. Fleming, who I obviously hold the greatest respect for, and for Representative Davison, similar respect. But we've talked about this in the past, and we've realized that it's a really complicated issue. I think there's really good policy merit, particularly when you frame it against the whole idea of unwanted pregnancies. And so I think it's a timely subject, but I also think that this involves a lot more than it appears on the surface. I mean, there's scope of practice issues, there's liability issues. When we've scratched the surface on this before, it's only revealed deeper issues. And so I think, with all due respect, I'm open to further discussion with this. I'm open to longer discussion and more in-depth look at this. But at this point, I would ask that you vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Million, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I rise in support of this. I think when we're talking about our world, we do not have the capacity in our OBGYNs and my primary care. If I could get every reproductive woman into our facility, I would love that. 20 states, I believe, in the scope of practice of the pharmacist. We utilize pharmacists. If you walk into our hospitals, pharmacists are making a decision on every pharmacological decision from ER to ICU to OB. They are capable, and I do believe if a woman showed up at the pharmacy with high blood pressure, diabetes, where their limbs are ready to go, I know that the heart of pharmacists will get them to that first level of care. I think this is perfectly timely. We have debated this. I want to thank Representative Fleming, I think Representative Zemke and Claire. We have already debated this, not so much, and we have all talked about what our problems are with this. We see 20 states, 9 that are already doing it. Any state that has implemented this have immediately decreased their abortion rate. Those that have already implemented those, I really would love your support on this. I believe it's a timely, and I do believe, Mike, I have talked a lot with my colleagues in the Senate. I think we're okay on this bill. It's just my personal opinion. I would ask for your support.
Further discussion, Representative Boyd, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I'll make this really quick. I really appreciate Representative Fleming bringing this to the table, and I wonder why it's more important to send this to the Health Committee than the abortion bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Austin, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess there's one thing that age gives you, and that's a little bit of institutional memory. Because I can remember working on one of the first bills that we actually gave pharmacists the authority to actually do immunizations here. And when you think about it, you think about how much and how valuable their service has been, not just with the immunizations they did previously, but especially over the last 3 years. They can do everything from pneumonia, flu shots, shingles, COVID. I mean, they are now doing, and I worked on it, Representative Davison, with your father. He was a tremendous advocate to help advance the profession, but more importantly, to help them serve public health needs, not just during a crisis, but to help advance public health in general. Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply no different. And I will tell you, there are actually 21 states that allow pharmacists to prescribe, 21 states that allow, or is it 24 now? 24 states that allow pharmacists to prescribe hormonal birth control. Hormonal birth control. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, they were giving out hormonal birth control when I was in my college days. They're not dangerous. As long as you follow them, you have periodic checkups, you make sure their blood pressure is taken. It's not dangerous. They've come a long way. We are going to have to do something to help manage the policy changes that we're putting in place. My guess is everybody in this room knows somebody in your family who's taken hormonal birth control. Maybe not your wife, maybe not your daughter, but my guess is it's somebody within your immediate realm. And I certainly hope nothing terrible has happened to them. This is a good decision on our part. It's a proactive decision. It makes sense. It's going to save us money. And more importantly, it's the right thing to do for women, particularly those women where there are no, not just OBGYNs, but even primary care physicians or nurse practitioners in their area. We know we have a shortage of medical personnel. So let's think with our head on this one and our pocketbook, because I think this is the right decision for Indiana. I hope you'll support this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. We author like to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came to the legislator because I wanted to advance the health of women and babies. And on bills that have come forth that I really thought were important, that would help women take pause when it comes to abortion, I voted for those bills. I voted for them because I thought that was good policy when it comes to offering women the opportunity for fetal remains, when it comes to coerced abortion. I voted for them because I want to decrease abortion in this state. But what happened last year, ladies and gentlemen, abortion increased over 8.5% despite these laws that we have passed. So are you really serious about decreasing abortion? This is how you do it. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested and will grant when the machine is open. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Show the chair voting no. Representative Gutwein, have you voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 48 ayes, 49 noes. The amendment has failed. Are there further amendments? Representative Summers, House motion. I'm sorry. Representative Mosley, House motion. Sorry.
Amendment 35, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill 2, special session be amended to read as follows.
For the motion and second, Chair recognizes Representative Mosley for discussion.
Thank you very much. This is amendment number 35. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Currently today, teachers are afforded a $100 non-refundable tax credit against their adjusted gross income. All this amendment simply does is move that from $100 to $300. I would appreciate your support, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Mosley. Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Brown, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Mosley. Again, this bill is about the automatic taxpayer refund, adoption tax credit, and services for adoption. It is not about school supplies. I would say I would not like to incorporate this amendment. Thank you.
Roll call's been requested, will be granted. Further discussion on the amendment? Chair sees none. Representative Mosley waives his right to close. The question is on the adoption amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Representative Brown votes no. Have all the members voted? Representative Hostetler's a no. All the members have voted. Tally the roll. Roll call shows 29 voting aye, 62 voting no. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments to the bill? Representative Summers, House motion.
Amendment 36, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorsed Senate Bill.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Summers, you're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. You know, I've come up here several times and will come up several more in the next couple of years so that I could change the maternal mortality statistics that are in Indiana. We know that 44 per 100,000 Caucasian women die just by having a baby, and we know 55 African American women per 100,000 die just by having a baby. What I would like to have is a maternity mortality grant program, and basically what it does is it gives money to community organizations to help stem the tide and turn it around in the maternal mortality field. What it does is it takes from the American Rescue Plan $10 million, and what we want to do is we want to preference the organizations. We want organizations that we want to give to minority organizations in the state of Indiana to help curb the maternal mortality. We know that even the percentage of African American women dying, the number is small, but the rate is high. So there's something that has to be done focused on these women to see if we could keep some of them alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Summers. Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Summers. Appreciate your interest in this issue. I think this is an amendment we had in Ways and Means Committee, and it's a new program I think that needs to be discussed a little bit more and dealt with in the total budget session, and I would not like to incorporate it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Pack to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to quickly point out that a lot of our conversation has been on life and pro-life, but in my eyes, I see it a bit hypocritical because we have someone willing to work on this issue when it comes to maternal health, and we still won't support it. That's life too. That is life. This is an opportunity. Why wait? We're going to lose some more mothers. But you say you want life. We got folks here that need us to support them in living and staying healthy. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Pryor to speak on the amendment. Roll call's been requested, and second will be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment that Representative Summers has. We did discuss this in Ways and Means, and I think that we should have put it in the bill. We had an opportunity to discuss it then, and I think again now that we should support this. We have seen programs pop up at the last minute in some budgets that we've had. Never even had an opportunity for them to be discussed even in committee. But I think we have a real issue being one of the worst states for women to be pregnant in. That is not something that we should be proud of. Anything that we can do to help mitigate that, we should. We can say that we need to study this some more, but at what point are we going to be serious and try to do something to resolve this issue? This is a good amendment. There, again, health disparities. This will help address the health disparities that we have as well. If we're serious about decreasing the number of abortions and increasing the number of babies, then we have to be serious about saving the lives of the mothers and not putting them at risk and in a situation where they even think about getting an abortion. This is just one step, one small step that will make a major difference in the lives of so many women who are having to make difficult choices. And I ask for your support of this bill or amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Further discussion. Representative Harris to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. One of the things, and I do not have any children. I'm not a father, but one of the things I've learned, I want to talk about a couple things I've learned is when pregnancy happens, there's a lot of excitement, happiness, and then at some point there starts to become some fear of health, how that goes. We are in a state where we have some issues surrounding this. We've talked a lot about abortion. We've talked a lot about things that can happen. I will tell you, one of the things I've learned, there's a lot of things that can happen during pregnancy. And so we want to do something here with this amendment that will help improve what goes on with mothers, women getting pregnant, staying alive, staying healthy. So I ask for your support in this amendment. I think this is an important thing. I know this is an important thing. And I know we need to do whatever we can to help mothers, keep them safe during pregnancy, make sure that they are okay and have a good time, or a good experience during this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harris. Further discussion, Representative Jackson to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise in support of Representative Summers' amendment on helping those individuals as far as maternal mortality is concerned. This is an issue that I've heard in fact, every session since I've been here. And every session, time after time, it's been put off. We'll talk about it later, but later is today. Let's make a decision today by voting in favor of doing something now. We have so many things on the table right now, and to put this back further and further, it's just not acceptable. We're at the point of now where we need to act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Further discussion? Representative Summers, would you like to close on your amendment?
I would like to thank everyone that spoke, whether they spoke for it or against it. But the time is now. If not now, when? We have close to 100 women, whether they're African American or Caucasian, dying just by being pregnant. I've been tooting this horn since 2019. I want to publicly thank Representative Nagel because she's come alongside me and she's helped me take the charge for this. We need now, the time is now, to help the women in the state of Indiana. We do not want to continue to have the reputation of being the third worst state in the country for maternal mortality. I'd appreciate a positive vote. I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call's been requested and will be granted. Thank you, Representative Summers. The question is on the adoption amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Judy is voting no. Representative Baird is a no. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 32 voting aye, 58 voting no. The amendment is defeated. There are further amendments to the bill. Representative Judy, House motion.
Amendment 38, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Judy, you recognize to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to briefly talk about Amendment 38. As we continue to look at foster care and many families wanting to foster children, there's an administrative code rule that prevents foster families that choose not to vaccinate their children or delay vaccination from being able to foster any kids, like myself. So I ask that we just look at this next session and take a deeper look at this to allow these families the ability to foster. And at that time, I ask just to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment's been withdrawn at the request of the author. Are there further amendments to this bill? Representative Pryor, House motion.
Amendment 13, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill 2.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Pryor, you recognize to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is amendment number 13. Many people in my district was expecting to get their $225 check. And if they were a family, they were expecting to get a $450 check. And so, based on some conversations and things that were said in committee, this amendment would increase the amount of the automatic tax return to $325. We have individuals in our state that are still struggling. Anything that we can do to help those individuals, I think that we should. This is not our money. This is the taxpayers' money. And we have a lot of money sitting in the bank. As Representative Porter continues to state, we're getting more money in each month. We are not struggling to pay our bills, but the people who we represent are. And I think that we need to help them out. And one way of doing that is making sure that they get the money back that they've invested in this state. I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Further discussion on the amendment. Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pryor. I like it that you're spending or giving back more money to citizens than I am, except this is a discussion of all 150 members of the General Assembly, and the $200 is more acceptable to all 150 members of the General Assembly. So would not like to incorporate it at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Roll call's been requested, will be granted. Further discussion, Representative Andrade to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I rise in support of this amendment. We keep discussing about waiting till next session, waiting till next year. Our Hoosiers need the relief now. On House Bill 1001, I propose an amendment to help our veterans and help our seniors. And this particular amendment is going to be able to continue to help people like our veterans and our seniors who desperately need the help, and we can make a difference to help them out. So I strongly ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Andrade. Is there further discussion of the amendment? The chair sees none. Would you like to close, Representative Pryor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would say some members in this body may be okay with $200, but there are some of us who think that even $225 was not enough, particularly when you consider the fact that we are, when we have a hefty bank account and we have more revenues coming in than we are projecting. And in particular, again, when we have citizens who are struggling to pay their bills, the state isn't struggling to pay anything. The state is in a very good position to help out those citizens. And think about this. We give this $325 back to Hoosiers. They're going to go out and spend that money. Part of that money is going to come back to the state in the form of taxes, in the form of sales taxes. So even though we may be giving more money to taxpayers, we're still going to be getting some of that money back because people are still going to be paying taxes on everything pretty much. So this is a win-win for everybody. And I would ask for your support of this amendment so that we can help those people who truly need help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Roll call has been requested and will be granted. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Davison voting no. Representative Baird voting no. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 27 voting aye, 60 voting nay. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Porter. House motion.
Amendment 31, Mr. Speaker, I move that under Senate Bill 2, special session be.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Porter, you're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. Number 31 is very simple at this point. As you know, Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 1001 SS have been merged. In 1001, we had talked about real alternatives, and what I'm asking is that basically we remove the $2 million that were appropriated for real alternatives.
Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Real Alternatives has done a great job. They're a social service program in the state, and they have served over 9,000 people in our state. I would not like to incorporate this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Representative Porter, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of discussion in regards to real alternatives throughout this chamber. And I think when we talk about it, again, we said we're not going to open up the budget, but when it's something that someone else has won on the other side of the aisle, it gets incorporated. But when we want to do more for the people and get back money, it is met with deaf ears. So I ask that you support number 31 in this amendment, Senate Bill 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested will be granted. The question is on the adoption amendment. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Baird voting no. Representative Linus is a no. If all the members voted, tally the roll. Roll call shows 24 voting aye, 61 voting no. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Porter. House motion.
Amendment 21, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse Senate Bill 2.
We have a motion and a second. Representative Porter, you're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lee, sorry for the momentary delay. Now, since Dr. Brown and you all said no in regards to removing the $2 million, if we're going to keep the $2 million, what this amendment requires is that the real alternatives will take all new money, the monies that they have had in the past, the new monies be appropriated for the programs that will support services for males. We have a program, why not move out, look at those dollars and help and address the males within the money. The money's not spent. If the money's not spent, the $2 million, it does revert back to the general fund. Just making sure that males are also included in regards to real alternatives. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Brown, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Porter. Again, this is a program agency that's under the view of the administration, and they report and give to us when we build our budget. I would not like to include this extra requirement at this time. I wish that you would not incorporate the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Further discussion on the bill? Chair sees none. Would you like to close? Representative Porter.
Dr. Brown made a comment in regards to this as part of the administration. What this is like, okay, we're going to get this money. Let's address the males component within the state of Indiana. This is all that it does. It's not about what this administration is saying. It's about the utilization of those dollars of $2 million go to a certain group of individuals, as they have in the past. Just be more embracing of males. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Porter, House motion.
Amendment 32, Mr. Speaker, I move that endorse.
The chair barely hears a second. We have a motion and a second. Representative Porter to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pryor. Number 32, what this does, this amendment, what it does is remove the ability of the state to use TANF dollars to the Real Fund Alternatives Program. They are taking the TANF dollars and funding that program. So what we're asking is that they don't take those dollars and to fund the Real Alternatives program going forward. So, we already provide about $2.5 million of TANF money for fiscal year 2023. And instead, we want to redirect those dollars in the spirit of doing other programming beyond starting at 2023 and above. Thank you.
Further discussion, Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a budget issue, so will be discussed in 2023. As Representative Porter said, the budget for Real Alternatives does include TANF dollars, and so again, it's the budget. So let's not incorporate this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Further discussion? The chair sees none. Representative Porter, would you like to close? Roll call has been requested, will be granted. He does not wish to close. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Young voting no. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 24 voting aye, 63 voting nay. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments? House motion, Representative Porter. House motion.
Amendment 18, Mr. Speaker, I move that.
Motion is second. Representative Porter, you recognize to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This is amendment number 18, and what this is doing is creating a $5,000 baby bond for children born in Indiana in 2022. And we will call this the first time newest Hoosier Trust account program. So with Senate Bill 1 that we're doing, we're asking that we'll come back and we will ask that we will create a program for first time newest Hoosier Trust Fund account of $5,000, which will be administered here in the state of Indiana in conjunction with the Family and Social Services Administration and the State Treasurer, and develop and design a program for these individuals that were born in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. There's been a request for a roll call in a second. Further discussion, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is basically state government giving money for having a child, first time ever, and it's a budget issue. If it's important enough to rise to the budget concern, I would not like to incorporate it at this time.
Further discussion? The chair sees none. Would the author of the amendment like to close?
If you think about what we have been doing, we have been addressing the needs of our children, or not addressing the needs of our children in the state. This is like the 529 account, per se, and other accounts that the Secretary does, State Treasurer does design and work with. It is believed that in an annual year basis, up to 40 to 50% of Indiana births could come by what we have passed, what we're looking at passing in Senate Bill 1. So if we're going to do that, we need to give everybody the tools in the tool chest and help them help raise their children. So I think this is a good piece of legislation. It's a start. They will help those individuals in this chapter not to exceed the $5,000. And like I said, the state treasurer will also participate with that and help design and put it forth, and that the individuals that will get to $5,000 may begin making withdrawals of that, because what you're doing is putting away money for their future at age 18. So and that will only cost them at this point about $200 million out of the $190 million we have from the automatic, $190 million we have in reserves from the rescue plan. So I ask you for affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Roll call has been requested. Will be granted. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 26 voting aye, 62 voting no. The amendment is defeated. Are there further amendments? Representative Pryor. House motion.
Amendment 7, Mr. Speaker, I move that under Senate Bill 2.
You have a motion and a second. Representative Pryor to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is amendment number 7. This amendment deals with real alternatives. What this amendment is saying is that the money that is distributed to them must be used within the state of Indiana and for services performed in the state of Indiana. I had a similar amendment on House Bill 1001, and the concern there was that if there is a woman that comes from out of state to get services from Indiana, then she would not be able to get those services. So this amendment takes that out. So if a woman from another state were to come to Indiana for services, they will be able to get services, but this is saying that the money must stay in the state of Indiana, and you cannot use money in our state to go outside of the state. And I ask for your support of the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Brown to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pryor, we had a lot of discussion about this in committee and what this would mean for clients of real alternatives. At this time, though, not to put a restriction, and we haven't had a problem in Indiana, I would not like to incorporate it, so I ask you to not accept this amendment. Thank you.
Roll call's been requested and seconded. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair sees none. Representative Pryor does not want to close. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. When the machine is open, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Representative Gutwein voting no. Representative Stewart all voting no. Have all the members voted? Tally the roll. Roll call shows 30 voting aye, 57 voting no. The amendment is defeated. Further amendments? Representative Pryor. House motion?
Amendment 11, Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate Bill 2.
Motion is second. Representative Pryor, you recognize to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to encourage all members of the House to go back and listen to the testimony that was provided or given in Ways and Means on this bill. You can actually go to the beginning of the meeting, so you don't have to worry about trying to find the lady that I'm going to be speaking of. But she gave some very good testimony about the fact that she was a foster mother. She's been a foster mother to 75 children. And what she brought to our attention was a couple of things that concerned, I think, many of us. One thing that concerned me was that when she's given a child in an emergency or temporary care for a foster child, she doesn't have to sign anything to get that child. So they just drop off the child. There's no signature or anything that has to be provided. The other thing that she mentioned was that for medical situations, she doesn't know what type of medical issues that child may have as well. She did mention a child that had been given to her, put in her custody. That child, I think, may have had a broken ankle or arm, I believe, a broken limb. And in taking the child to the hospital, even though she has custody of the child, she really doesn't have any guardianship over the child. So what this is saying is that the medical records for that child has to be given to the guardian. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to bring that to the body's attention. I'm not going to ask for a vote, but I would ask everyone to please go back and look at that testimony, because this is something that I'm going to work on, and I think if you all look at that testimony, you will feel the same way. She also talked about the fact that kids come to her and they have all of these medications, and the fact that kids are just being heavily medicated. And I have a personal experience of that from one of my family members. So with that, this is the last time I'll be up at the mic today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pryor, did I understand you wanted to withdraw that? The amendment is withdrawn at the request of the author. Are there further amendments? The chair sees none. The bill is ordered to engrossment.
So I just want to say for 5 hours and roughly 10 minutes, I just want to thank this body. We talked at the beginning of the day about honoring the institution, the discussion, the quality of the discussion. I just want to thank all of you for that today. The next day motion is at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will meet at 9 a.m. I will let the caucuses send out notices about caucus discussions prior to the meeting. With that being said, Representative Lucas, do you have a motion? You heard the motion. Second, all in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is adopted. The House is adjourned.